pretty good. I finished my Curse of Strahd campaign last night.
Oh, yay.
It was a blast.
And it was a lot of fun. It was a happy ending, which is weird considering my fucking party. I'm not saying they're murder
Unexpected happy ending. Somehow everything just worked out.
My favorite part is they spent like, I don't know, 7 turns trying to kill one NPC who wasn't even like part of the bad guys.
We saved her ass early on in the campaign, and she ditched us every opportunity she had, including when she was perfectly safe in an area protected by Saint's bones. She was perfectly fine, and this bitch just kept on getting kidnapped.
You guys actually got betrayed by Sebastian before you could return the bones. Remember? Trent literally gave the bones to Strahd himself.
Damn it, I didn't remember that.
Yeah, how many times did I try to get you guys back in that fucking town? And you guys I'm like, you go through the town or you go through the werewolf infested woods. And oh boy, did you guys kill a bunch of werewolves.
Town full of a whole village of people that hates us, or a forest where we might run into werewolves. Well, we'll take the maybe over the positive.
I mean, I understand why everyone hates you guys. Like, did you see what you did to Irina? Just we're like,
thank you.
You're just like, fuck that bitch, pop, 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 just right away, just no questions.
In the end, it worked, didn't it?
You killed Strahd's true love, so he went into a rage and he almost killed the barbarian.
I know. He went down from 120 to nothing so quick.
He should have let me kill them.
I had Strahd, after they killed him the first time and he came back and we ran him as a Death Knight. Oh, so fun. Death Knights are cool.
Death Knights are fucking dope. I don't agree with the CR-17, though.
No.
I think they just add that because the third attack, maybe?
The Hellfire Orb is fucking bonkers. Like, if your party doesn't have all the items and all the other things, like, if you think about it, like, the only reason that they stood a chance is because they had all those magic items, right? Because they had the sun sword, they had that sun staff, they had all those things creating sunlight.
Bro, every fucking swing Strahd took was at disadvantage because of that shit.
Yeah, exactly. And if they didn't have that shit, they would have been dead.
I would have critted the barbarian twice if it wasn't at disadvantage.
Exactly.
Yeah, think about how close it came with all those disadvantage swings.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, I think what we've learned here is that there was some good storytelling going on behalf of the Dungeon Master, who created drama, and, like, the players won because they went through the steps to get these things to fight a vampire.
Yeah, I did make
MacGuffins.
Yeah. You did get the MacGuffins. Honestly, because, like, reading the MacGuffins, I'm like, how are those going to help in the final fight? Well, fuck. Fuck.
Fuck, that's how they help. Oh no, my vampire.
Yeah, that's why you have shadow goblins that go and block out light.
Shadow goblins are cool. I had someone cast darkness and then they killed the fuck out of her.
It's one way to deal with it.
I mean, you don't make darkness when there's multiple people that worship the sun.
I feel like I should have just banished number 3, but I chose to do the flesh to stone because I was like, I heard him because he quicken spelled something, so I was like, oh, that means he's a sorcerer. I was like, that means his charisma is really high, so I don't want to try to banish him. So that's why I went with flesh to stone, but he made his second save.
I'm really glad you played that. Because I played the succubus and Nick played the abjure, and man, high level wizards are scary.
So much fun. So much fun. And you made me pull my punches.
Just one round.
That was the one that would have murdered the shit out of them.
that was the round that would have TPK'd them, yes.
Absolutely, I could have done that cone of cold. No telling what would have happened there. So many people would have gone down. And I'm pretty sure number 3 had already used his reaction, so it would have just gone off and it would have been beautiful. But they did it. They did a good job. They fucking murked Strahd.
Do they have a modified version of Strahd for the actual campaign, or is it the same as the stat block on D&D Beyond?
No, he has his own. Oh,
no, it's a stat block on D&D Beyond.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
so
it's not just
killed.
the default vampire, but it's
Yeah.
Strahd's
modified
own block.
That necrotic damage and reduces maximum health points is.
I got to be like Jeremy's assistant dungeon master, which was awesome because like he would like do the first part of an attack and then he like be ready to move on and I'll be like, oh no, you need to do the second part.
Con save. Poison
it was great. There's con save, there's poison damage, they take reduced hit points, other things happen. Like it was great getting to like point those things out to you. Everyone should have an assistant dungeon master, I have decided.
Too bad we all play in our games.
It was a lot of fun though, because I kept track of like the concentration checks and all those other things. Like so, the fight went so much faster because it was essentially 2 dungeon masters, which was wild.
It felt like, you know those comedy shows where they have 2 comedians up on stage telling jokes between each other? It felt like that. And it was neat because, like, Nick'd be like, I'm going to go smoke a bowl, and he'd step away, and I'm like, I'm going to go have a cigarette, and I'd step away, and, like, the fight never stopped.
It just kept going. And it was fun, too, because, like, the group's not super used to my style of DMing, so, like, at certain points, like, Nick was taking forever to decide what he wanted to do, and I was like, what are you going to do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
You know, 6 seconds.
Like, what are you gonna do? And like, I made him make a decision, which sped it up, which is something I don't think you do very often.
Let him make the imperfect decision.
Mm-hmm. Which I did learn that from Ryan. He's the one that does that to us all the goddamn time.
You have 6 seconds. What would your character do in 6 seconds? You don't have time to think about.
Oh, I have 6 seconds of fantasy time. Give me I'm stupid. I am not my smart wizard.
He's a hyper-intelligent wizard. Give him a sec.
Well, that's why you get all the seconds before your turn to think about what you're going to do on your turn.
I have a default for Agrimar. It's Spiritual Guardians and then Toll the Dead. Anything else I could substitute in. Otherwise, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I just hide, attack, hide.
Exactly.
I mean, we hadn't had a fight in so long. I was forgetting my moves.
That's why I like playing martial characters. It's like, run at them, hide and shoot them. Well done, guy.
Yeah, well, I played a cleric that became dumb and had to swing a stick.
Just like the fact that we're playing at 15th level, right, is like I could do so many fucking things, which is wild. It's no more just like run in, swing my sword, get out, right? Like there's so many more things going on now.
It doesn't help that Ryan's giving you such badass items that are like, oh, if you have a reaction, you can do this. If you
or if I get crit, I have this on my sword, or something I have on Crownfall that I've never done once is cast Bane on somebody.
You ain't got time for that.
I don't have a concentration check.
Haste or nothing.
Haste, exactly.
I personally just feel unimaginative when I use Kevin in an attack like that because it's the same set move. So,
to be fair, did you hear how you were coaching Ben during Pirates? Like, you have how to play a fucking rogue well on lock, dog. Like, you are good at it.
And then you'll get
because that's all I can do.
Bear paws.
Yeah, but it's one of those things. If you do it right, you're gonna ruin the dungeon master's fight. And that's amazing. And isn't that what we all play for?
No.
Pretty much.
I went kind of easy on you guys for that fight.
In my style of
Which fight?
D&D.
The Cat Fae fight.
That's bullshit. I was sweating. I was sweating a lot. I didn't know where that one goblin was. There were a lot of things going on.
Not Paulblin, but Paulie spent 2 rounds sitting in the ethereal plane. He could have been popping up and fucking with you guys.
Oh.
But he popped up at the wrong place because he was trying to get far out instead of messing with you guys.
Oh.
Jeremy, what's your character's full name?
Delamar's?
Yeah.
Well, I need like 2 minutes.
Like, find a last name.
Oh my god, it's Atriox, Herald of the Grey
Nobody's
Worm.
ever asked him his last name before.
I keep.
It's just like, does he just is it just, it could be just one, but like I'm like titling my episode and I'm like, I wanted to be more than just Delamar. It could just be Delamar if that's just his name, you know?
He's got the title Archdruid.
That's right. So what's his whole shtick? If he was a legendary creature in Magic the Gathering, what would his whole card name be?
Is he from a clan?
Archdruid, Delamar, Avatar of the Fire Spirit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Archdruid, Delamar, comma, space, Avatar of the Fire Spirit. That's not a long name.
Bro, you said you wanted a Magic the Gathering title.
Yeah, I'm kidding.
I'm sorry, his name's not Goreclaw.
It's okay. We'll just call him Daffs for short.
Daffs. Oh, what did I abbreviate?
Adaf's the Destroyer.
ADAPS.
I abbreviated Horde of the Dragon King, and I call it Hot Dog. And people hate that.
Do we know how late Ben's going to be?
Ben's here.
He's here.
Oh, he's here?
Yep, I'm here
Yeah.
now.
Oh, hey.
Hello.
That's
He's been
everybody.
writing on his chalkboard for weeks.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know where we go from here a little bit, you know, but we're going to find out together. We're going to jump into the abyss together, guys.
Yay, the void.
Well, I mean, just for a little bit of a reminder of where we left things off last, with things settling down inside of the Arboretum after the last rightful king play seemed to show to a very widespread audience. You know, I think the reviews for this show in particular are going to be the most overlooked review in tomorrow's paper.
It's okay. We paid him very well.
But it's his talent. It's the next show that he lives for.
That's right. That's right. We gave him the means to write the next show.
But the party effectively outed the queen as being responsible for poisoning the king and assisting this reverence individual that was holed up in a tower and escaped by means of the queen and the Lady Annabelle, with all sorts of ties to this great treasure holed up underneath the castle. And all sorts of hell broke loose shortly thereafter, with spells flinging every which way, with fiends and devils aplenty storing into the walls, some getting frozen into solid blocks of ice, others getting just bashed into the stonework by a giant automaton. Meteor swarms were called down, mines were feebled, druids stepped through open trees, flame elephants burst from the sky, collapsing down on the soldiers' crown. Commander Endrin took a pot shot at the queen, hit her square in the temple, and then shortly thereafter was knocked unconscious.
Got his ass kicked.
Yeah, he did.
Vavin Ashante was sliced down by Rafal as the queen was making an attempt to escape, heading northwards, walking across the sky with her magical boots before getting downed just nearby the entrance of the Arboretum. And Zara has already pried free the crown and cut off the finger with a magical ring. And with Zara's true sight active, I don't think I gave you a list of items that you found.
Oh God, the crown has a token. It's a creature.
No, but it's a piece of ecstasy.
She had a hand-drawn token there, so I know. I'll help out with that. But Zara, with your true sight, you're quick to identify a number of items across the queen's body. Back on Vavin Ashante's body, Callum recognized a wand of magical missiles that she had. The silver greatsword that's on the unconscious body of Sabrina Marin. The icicle rapier
spared her life.
The icicle rapier at the foot of the queen where she fell. The magical boots that are still on her foot. The icy ring that Zara sliced off. The crown of fangs that Zara threw across the stage. And these arcane bracers of defense that she still has across her wrists. With Artoria Cimber having dispelled the magical dimensional anchor that was preventing teleportation out of this space as Agrimar's feebled mind was washed away by the divine channeling of Rafal, despite the best efforts of Agni the monkey.
He was so close.
That stupid monkey.
Stupid monkey.
We're picking back up here at the tail end of that fight with all combatants having been knocked out, with the Field Marshal Cassandra Creed being, it's not revivified, but sustained with a healing hands laid on her by Rafal. The party's looking a little bit rough for wear, but everyone's still alive, miraculously. Okay. How would you like to proceed?
Rafal, who's got the hole?
I think Kevin has it. But
really quick, Kevin doesn't have it.
Then I do. Okay, then really quick, out of character though. Just before we get into character.
What's up?
I want everyone to voice their opinions on whether or not we should resurrect the queen and let her stand a public trial so that the people see a transition of power and believe it and don't think it was just a power grab. You feel me?
Agrimar would like to put a pin in this and give us a 10-day window in order to revive the queen and think on it.
I think, I don't know. Either way, it doesn't look good because one of it is just it's just a blind acquisition of power. The other one is a show trial, which, I mean, potentially be worse because now you're making her into a martyr that she can now speak on her own.
That's true.
You
Very
also
good point.
Might lose the trial.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
and if you stack the trial in your favor, then all it is just a show trial, and
these are all valid points. These are all valid points. You know what? All right. We will defer for 10 days.
All right.
Motion passes.
Agrimar goes over and casts Gentle Repose on the queen.
Agrimar,
if it's available.
As you were assisting with Rafal down on the main floor of the Arboretum, can I have both you and Rafal roll me a wisdom saving throw, please?
Oh, is she going this way? Ooh. All right.
22.
Well done.
And I get +4. Oh, jeepers. Yep. All right. 25.
Yeah, that sounds
no problem. Right. All right. Feel free to make your way to the Queen's remains.
And
do we feel a tingling or anything of that nature?
I mean, you take note as Zara flings the crown off of the Queen's body and then severs one of her fingers.
Okay. Are we being scried upon, I guess? Is that what this wisdom save was?
We're
paranoid at this point. Okay.
I can see invisibility. Does that help?
We don't see a sensor of any kind?
You do not.
Okay, that's good to know.
All right. Yeah,
Can
Agrimar.
Zar? Oh,
Sorry. You do what you're going to do. Agrimar's going to begin chanting and cast a spell.
Zara's going to stand over the crown, just kind of guard over it, not touch it, but
Yeah,
definitely
Rafal's gonna
stand over
walk
it.
over and look down at it with her. Does the shadows that are coming off the crown, do they react to us being near it at all?
How close would you like to get a light source to it?
I mean,
His shield.
yeah, yeah. I mean, Rafal will shine his light on it.
How close would you like to hold your shield to the crown?
It's just like hold it like where he normally does it is like chest height and just kind of shine it down.
When you're normally observing a
3.5
crown on the
feet.
floor.
3.5 feet.
I don't know, Ryan. Yeah, like
You hold it up.
within 5 feet.
Hold up your shield beside the crown, and as the light just sort of bedazzles across the surface of it, it seems as though the shadows behind it don't seem to flicker with the movement of your life. They seem almost stagnant.
Right, like the Nari's wraps.
Yeah, very unnatural shadows.
Now, Rafal was present when Nari picked up those wraps. Did anything happen to her when she picked them up?
Well, I mean, the entirety of the facility was collapsing about the same time she put the wraps on, but I can't remember if you guys looted the wraps and she put them on later, or if she put them on at the Crystal Palace. But you remember when she was attuning later. Like when she was attuning to them, those shadows seemed to like siphon into her form, almost like leeching off of her, rather than just her wearing it. It was as much them wearing her.
Right. Was Callum just trying to talk? Was that you, Ben?
Nope, I'm just listening.
Oh, I thought
I
I
think
heard
that was someone in the background.
I could. They sounded kind of like the Callum voice modulator. So
Don't ask me for noises. I can only hear out of one ear, and even that, it's not that good.
You're good. You're good. How much lay on hands do I have left?
I got healing spells if we actually need them.
I do as well.
I am.
I still have
I'm chock full of spell slots.
I still have like half my pool because I didn't use it all on Cassandra. Okay.
Yeah, you got like 80 or 90 now, right?
You got like 75 left.
Right. Yeah.
Wait, no, I've used 25 of my. What, it's 4 levels higher now? 6 levels higher now? Hold on, I have to check my damn sword. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't. It just leveled up.
I think it
new.
was an additional 20 on top of what you had.
This is now an artifact. So, Paladin level counts as 6 higher for the purposes of lay on hands, which means I get an extra 30, so I have 55 left. So I'm going to give myself 55 hit points with lay on hands.
You did give 50 to the field marshal.
Yeah, I have 75 just from being a level 15 paladin.
Plus an additional 5 per level.
And then I get an additional 6, which is 30 more. So I have 105 for my lay on hands pool, if I'm doing my math right.
That's a lot of laying on hands.
Yeah.
So I'm going to use 55 and heal myself back up. And then Rafal's going to say, Zara, stand back.
Yes.
And he's going to reach down.
No.
And pick up that crown.
No. Zara's going to prevent that. No.
Rafal,
she felt what was on that crown.
For the crown, and you feel this icy coolness about the air.
I'm confident. He's going to grab it.
No.
How are you going to stop Rafal?
I am going to use my wits and my backflip, but I'm not going to let him touch it. I don't trust that crown.
Also is walking up. Like he's walking across the water in the little thing and making his way. And he looks amazingly refreshed. Like, almost unnaturally so.
Callum, as you're looking up at Rafal and Zara approaching the two of them, can I have you roll me a wisdom saving throw, please?
Don't
Sure.
like that.
I'm
You're
great
a,
at these.
you're a gnome, right? Oh wait, we had advantage because of Hero's Feast.
Yeah, Hero's Feast, you get advantage.
Is this
I mean-
a magic effect?
Yes.
Hold on. In
He
case
gets it
it's
anyway for being a gnome.
In case it's relevant. Nope, 22 still.
Ooh.
Natural
Well,
20.
since I rolled a
Nice.
1 and a 20.
That's very
Oh,
good.
yeah, I forgot advantage on mine. Mine's even higher. 32. I think it's what mine comes out to.
Yeah, I don't know what the roll is for, but
Callum, you stick the landing as you jump off of the last few feet of water stepping.
Is Ryan just fucking with us?
No, it's a compulsion effect. It's reaching out for someone to wear it.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't want Rafal.
Rafal, don't touch that.
Please.
Rafal, sorry, I'm just in. Was yours 18 or a 19 on your wisdom save?
I got a 22.
22. Okay, never mind.
Why?
No, because 18 or 19 would have made a
As-
difference, but 22 is you're fine.
Yeah, that spell saves fucking sucks.
Hey, Ryan, I have a technical question for you.
What's up?
How heavy is that crown?
You don't know. You've never picked it up before.
Well, my mage hand is going to try.
All right.
Rafal will as he's bending down and Zara's pleading with him and Callum comes up and says it, he's gonna hesitate. And then
So-
he'll stand back up and be like, all right, Callum, go ahead and look at it.
Callum, you watch
Hello.
as your mage hand just phases right through it as if the crown were not physically there. Unable to interact with this item.
There is something very strange about that thing.
It's,
You
Don't
did not
think we should
see
touch
what we saw. And
We shouldn't touch it directly. Sorry.
why? What did you see?
a creature, an entity, hovering about the queen. It was that creature that pulled in the healing's magics, that radiated out those awful effects. That thing is cursed. And
Oh,
more. It's
Absolutely. It's a piece of ecstasy, so yes, I'm aware.
And then just real quick, Thule, as you're approaching the rest of your party, you
Yep.
come across an unconscious body of what looks to be an archdruid with some sort of a flaming baboon of some sort.
Actually, before Tuli makes her way up there, I kind of want to make sure that Endrin, if he's actually alive,
He did get stabilized by the Emerald Enclave guy that made it down here.
So he's 100% good.
Yeah,
Well, not 100%,
he's
but
going
he's
to
alive.
live.
These four 100% secured. These mist maidens in the corner
They
that
are
got.
in a block of solid ice.
Okay, I just don't
When
want to
the
make
ice-
sure there's any
When the ice
concentration
thaws, they
going
may
on.
have to be dealt with, as long as they don't have to breathe while in there.
Well, I'm assuming that more Emerald Enclave soldiers are making their way this way, so I'm hoping we're going to have some help here soon.
Ryan, do I have time to heal myself while they're talking?
While you're doing the gentle repose,
One action.
right. But while you're doing that one action, Callum's doing the one action, Rafal's doing the one action, Zara's doing the one action. So this
Okay.
is all kind
Fair
of
enough.
simultaneously. So I'm going to say no on this one.
Hello. Somebody is going to have to pick this thing up. And I think that needs to be me.
perhaps. But I would not touch it with your even a gauntleted fist. Perhaps, I don't know,
Can Rafal touch it
tongs
with
for a fire, something.
Can Rafal touch it with Crownfall?
You can
Like, just
certainly try.
Yeah, Rafal's just going to take Crownfall and try to, like, nudge the crown.
You know, I'm very resistant to curses. I can pick it up.
Fall reaches out and taps it with Crownfall, and it scrapes across the stone a little bit.
It's not affected by magic, but physical touch can.
And can Rafal, like, hook Crownfall underneath the crown and, like, scoop it up?
So roll me a sleight of hands check.
All right.
Ooh.
All right.
See if it touches the skin on the way down the sword blade.
See if you kill Zara with it.
Yeah!
We have a +3 to this. Here we go. Nice!
Oh,
Nice.
he's flipped a few crowns around that sword before.
You just kind of prop the crown up, and it begins to slide down the blade, and you're able to stop it before it gets to the cross guard of Crownfall. You've got it hooked on your sword, and you feel this, like, the shadows underneath it linger for a moment or two after the crown is gone, but then they do fade away.
Rafal's going to undo his scabbard for Crownfall. He's going to put the scabbard all the way up, like, to the crown without, like, touching it, right? And he's going to kind of try to lock the crown in place using the scabbard and the sword. And then he's going to turn his shield upside down, and he's going to put that on his shield, and then he's going to carry his shield.
All right.
So he can lock the sword into place on his shield, so it's not going to move. The crown's locked into place between the sword and the sheath, and then he's going to carry it all on his shield.
All right.
And then he's going to let his haste drop, and he's going to stand there for a moment exhausted.
All right. As this wave of lethargy washes over Rafal, what's everyone else want to do?
I'm going to heal myself.
All right.
Thule wants to see if this dude's dead. She doesn't know where I don't think she even saw him, really.
Roll me a medicine
She was
check.
behind a tree.
You saw the aftermath
I
of what
saw
he
the
got.
aftermath, yeah. 9. I'd much rather cast a healing spell on him.
Hey, you don't think he's dead? Well, like, it looks like he might have taken a serious blow to the head. You might be able to stir him awake with just, like, an action.
Yeah, she'll do that. Kind of rouse him. Or actually, before that, she'll holler to Rafal, like, is this guy good?
Fall, it, like, you know, is gonna, like, come out of his whole, like moment, and, like, the moment with the crown and looking at the queen and everything, and he, like, turns around and he's like, oh, God, Delamar's here. Yes, he's an old friend. If he's hurt, please help him.
Yeah, she'll rouse him and then give him healing if he needs it.
Well, if you'd be so kind, can you open the portal, open the hole, so I can put the queen in there?
Why don't we be a little more formal with it?
I just don't want any liches to do some weird transportation magic. If they're on a extra planar area, they can't be reached.
It'd be a shame if her corpse were defiled any further.
It's not my fault she was attacking us. I had to make sure that we were safe.
Not while she lied there unconscious, she wasn't.
The queen's body will be treated with respect, as her station deserves. And I will hear nothing more of it.
Even while unconscious, that creature, that thing, was still attacking us. Speak not of what you do not know.
I know far more than you know.
This is Artoria talking, right?
This is.
Yeah, and you were helping that thing over there.
Then are we done here? Is our business concluded, halfling milady?
Excuse me? Yeah, sure, whatever. You can go, I don't know, serve another despot.
Rafal's gonna
And might I
stand.
ask you return my belonging to me?
What belonging? If anything on the queen was hers, and she's unconscious.
The ring I gifted Artoria this morn for her own protection.
Wait, who's talking?
Artoria Simber.
Sorry, so she gifted to Iliosa this morning.
She gave a ring to Leosa this morning.
Yeah, okay.
She just watched get cut off of her hand.
Rafal's going to step between the two of them and look down at Zara and say, give me the ring.
No.
Where would you like to step to?
On this, I don't trust her with it.
He's going to stand right here in front of Zara. Just trust me.
Oh, you want me to trust you? So suddenly I'm supposed to trust you when you view my trust with nothing, and I'm supposed to trust you? No. You trust me for once. I'm not giving her the ring.
Have I ever let you down?
Truly. Twice.
Have I ever let you down?
Yes!
Callum, as they are speaking with each other, you watch as the field marshal just starts to grab a hold of the side of her head for a moment, as her eyes just lock with Rafal, and she just starts to almost shuffle towards him.
Okay. Does she look like she's under the effects of some kind of spell?
She does very much indeed, though nothing is like triggering from your true sight. You see that she's still like her grip across her blade is getting tighter as her deadlock stare is not leaving Rafal's back as she's beginning to walk up behind him as he's addressing Zara. She gets 10 feet away from him.
Agrimar's got a high passive. Can he step in?
Sure thing. Agrimar completes the heal on himself, steps down away from the queen.
And Callum calls out to Rafal to beware, and he casts Erupting Earth underneath underneath Cassandra Creed.
All right, what's that do?
It causes a fountain of churned earth and stone to erupt in a 20-foot cube. Each creature in the area must make a dexterity saving throw. A fail gets 3d12 damage, half as much on successful save, and it becomes difficult terrain until cleared. Basically, I'm interposing difficult terrain and trying to knock her back.
All right, so that's going to be a 17 on her dex save.
That's going to fail.
So she's knocked prone. Difficult terrain.
And 12 points of damage.
All right.
Rafal, I don't think this crown can stay here. It's affecting everyone. May I take it out of the proximity?
Oh, God, this is annoying. Oh, Rafal's going to walk over and use Cleansing Touch on Cassandra Creed.
All right. As you step forward towards Cassandra, you note that she is like wildly reaching for the crown, and as her hands like clasp hold of the side of it, your own hand finds the sides of her temples.
Well, yeah, he's not going to let her hand near the crown.
Yeah, effectively, I'm saying like you're grabbing her and releasing this effect
reaching out
as
for
she's
it.
making it clear her attempt was for the crown.
Yeah.
As you loose this spell, vaporizing whatever enchantment was ensorceling her mind, she blinks for a few moments as if not realizing where she is in this moment, and gives a bit of a confused stir up towards you as her grip just loosens from the crown. Apologies, I might have still be suffering a bit of a concussion from that meteor swarm.
Paul's upset right
Agrimal,
now.
what did I miss?
We must get away from here. Quickly. Too many people. Too many things going wrong.
Artoria.
Yes.
What will you do?
I would very much like to leave as long as I am permitted. This is not the way any of this should have gone down.
Yeah, we would have been dead.
There are things worse than a swift death.
You're excused. You may leave.
And what's to become of Sabrina?
Suppose that's up to her. But she will not be harmed anymore today.
If you hold no ill will towards the girl, I would take her on as my own.
I have some questions for her first.
Then I will remain with her until these questions of yours are satisfied.
Insight check.
All right.
Because I don't believe Rafal knows these two to be particularly close.
Not really, no.
Yeah, that wasn't good. What concern do you have for Sabrina, Artoria?
For her life. For the promise of one thing, only to have one's back turned, for the opposite results to come to the light. This could have been resolved without so many deaths.
And tell me, how would you have resolved this?
Not by making it a public spectacle, for starters.
Really? And the queen with her guards coming in to declare a dictatorship was what?
You could have locked her in the throne room plenty of times.
I didn't want to. I had to, Artoria. Don't you understand?
You chose the time and place for this event, not her. Do not play the victim here. You are just as much an aggressor in your role as she was apparently in hers.
I do not deny this, but I did it for the good of MistHaven. Do you know why she did what she did?
Do you doubt she would claim to have done it for the same reasons?
I know she didn't.
Then I would see whatever proof you have of this horrible story that you are claiming.
I will show it to you. After we get all this cleaned up, I will take you and give you your proof. For now, I'm assuming Cassandra's like getting up out of Callum's spell and stuff.
She is like stabilizing herself a little bit.
Yeah. Rafal's gonna say, I will remand you to the field marshal, as well as Sabrina, who I know she will not harm. And Rafal's gonna look over at Cassandra.
She's still like a little bit dazed about what just happened here that caused the earth to erupt like this.
Yeah, basically, Rafal's like,
there was
Cassandra,
one more hostile that she missed. That's for something. It's the last couple of seconds.
It's okay. Rafal's basically be like, Cassandra, take Artoria and Sabrina and leave.
You guys get out of here.
Yeah, there's 2 more of these Emerald Enclave guys. They can help carry Sabrina. Just like, get out of here.
And so effectively over the next few moments, the Emerald Enclave soldiers in carrying the unconscious but living body of Commander Endrin out from the Arboretum are also going to follow Cassandra Creed, Artoria Simber, and Sabrina Marin out from the Arboretum. at this point.
Yeah, take her to a doctor, basically, is what Rafal's going to say about Sabrina.
Get checked up.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll pop a heal on Endrin as he's walking out, or getting carried out, so that way he can walk himself.
How big a heal you want to drop on him?
A good one. 3rd level Cure Wounds. It's what I intended to do if it wasn't for that. Okay, let me know.
You said that.
Does this stupid fucking crown stop it again?
I don't know. How close do you want to be to the crown when you cast this spell?
20 feet away.
Because currently you're 5 feet away from the crown, and so that wouldn't work.
Wherever the body is, I'm going to meet the body, because clearly Agamar has no place in talking or politics, so he's going to go heal people. So I'm going to walk away and heal Endrin for 26.
Nice. Healing him 26, you do see he begins to stir as his eyes just kind of flutter as he's being carried out. Like, he takes a moment surveying who's still standing, and then just like the littering of soldiers across the field here, and all the small piles of ash that have just kind of dissipated across the Arboretum.
Marcus, the battle is currently over. The queen is dead.
You took her down, then?
Yes. Artoria and Sabrina are being remanded to Cassandra to be taken and held until investigations have commenced.
And I will see to it that these men's families have been properly compensated for their unparalleled sacrifice to their city.
I will hold a vigil for them at the temple as well.
Where should I look to you to send word?
I'll be at the temple. You can send it to me there. If you need to talk to Rafal, send it to the inn.
All right, I will send word to the Temple of the Three or the inn.
The Maker's Temple. Not
the Maker's Temple.
Yeah, just outside of the castle.
Does this inn have a name?
The Phoenix Feather Inn.
Very well. I thought that closed down. Very well.
Also, the Requisitors. They have sided against the city. If you have any other troops to muster, protect the northern part of MistHaven. Eastern part of MistHaven.
I'll see what I can do about fortifying the city's defenses with the resources that we have available.
Perhaps scouts, more than full protection.
We'll keep an eye out for any purpled armors, fiends within the city's walls.
If you see a slug creature with small wings, he is of utmost importance. Get word back to us quickly.
How big a slug?
12 feet tall.
Are we talking eye stalks or on either side of its head?
Small face, lots of teeth. Eyes in the center.
Shell?
Not a snail, a slug, no shell.
All right. Would this be emerging from the oceans?
From the Requisitor's fort, most likely.
So we're looking for a giant slug coming out of their fort.
If you see it, let me know.
I will certainly do this. Thank you. Send my word to everyone else. I cannot thank you enough. The people may never know what efforts that you've struggled to put forth here, but I know that you've saved a greater many number of lives than those that were lost today. And I will see to it that the people see it from my point of view to the best of my ability with what time I have left to serve this city.
Long live MistHaven.
Long live the king.
And Agramar will let him continue on his way.
Carried out.
Question forget to do it, I'm going to move closer so I can pop a mass cure wounds on everybody, just in case.
All right.
I'm going to... Are you good, Lucas? Do you need healing? I can't see your health.
I'm just below half.
Okay, so I'll include myself, Agrimar, Zara Rafal, and Delamar? Yeah.
Yay.
I'll go ahead and do it at 6th level. 21 hit points.
Nice.
Frankie, no barks. No growls.
Frankie.
She hears neighbors
Has
and she
anyone-
does not like neighbors.
Oh. Anyone seen Jaeger?
No, he wasn't here. Neither was my mother.
Well,
But-
looks like we need to go pay him a visit again. This time, I think we should just burn down the entire manor.
Well, this time I can give you permission.
To burn down his manor? Are you serious? Can she do it? I'd love to commit. I just want to set fire to a house.
We will talk about it.
Get permission for arson.
I would love that. I've been holding back, but I really want to blow something up. I just want to set fire to something.
Can
Real bad.
Rafal, before he walks over to Delamar,
Actually, first, Thule,
No,
approaching the
I
northern half of the
forgot.
party.
give people a heads up and give them advantage.
Since
I
she-
forgot.
She gave the mass cure wounds before that
Alright.
warning went out.
It's fair. I
Thule,
didn't
can you
give
roll
it
me a wisdom save,
now.
please?
It's at advantage, though, because is Hero's
Because of the
Feast is still
Hero's
active,
Feast.
right?
for
Yes.
you, not for Delamar.
18.
Oh, stabbing Thule, yay! No.
Shit, is it with it when you're within 30 feet of it? Damn. Because you're with that, you're not. Yeah, she's 15 feet away from me.
Summer, you're going to see a
forgot.
pop-up that nobody else does.
Uh-oh.
If you wouldn't mind, just...
Can I roll an insight check?
Sure, what do you want to look for?
The same thing that I just saw in Cassandra Creed's eyes.
On Dalamar's eyes?
Nope, Thule.
Why are you suspicious of Thule? She's not sus at all.
The second that her head snaps around at me, I will be.
Do I need to make this save?
Not if you're still lying on the floor where you're at.
Not
You
in
will in
range,
a
Delamar.
You will in a second.
Yeah, I'm gonna stand up. And have
Paul's gonna say, "Wait, Dalamar, don't come any closer. Not yet."
Agrimar will help Delamar up.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Well, before that happens,
Oh God, Thule, no!
Son of a bitch!
I know.
Why
Can I get
wouldn't you
Agrimar?
let me take this
Rafal?
away?
Your eyes lock with Thule as she completes this spell, and this rejuvenating energy washes across the battlefield. You see some of the smaller piles of ashes just sort of flitter away in the wind. And as this sort of glitter-like sparkling bedazzles the battlefield for a moment, you watch as this shadow just consumes Thule's eyes, as her pupils just go to a void black. And with a blade in hand, she's making an attack at the closest creature to her.
No, that's the worst person she could attack.
Wait, what? She going to attack Zara?
Thule, would you mind rolling me a surprise attack against Zara?
Oh,
Yeah.
yay! Violence. No. Oh,
Damn it, Ryan.
Does a 23 hit?
no. It fucking does.
You see the bone claw rapier puncture through Zara's gut from the opposite side. It punches through, dealing
20 damage.
20 damage to Zara.
Did I roll max damage on both of those?
As Thule's
Yes.
gaze does not leave the hilt
Wait,
of Rafal's sword.
Zara, what's your AC?
18.
Never mind. Continue.
Her eyes are just locked with that crown on Rafal's hip.
Can Rafal react now?
Because
Can I react?
5 on my insight.
Can I please react?
Rafal's
I'd
is
like to
going
hit
to
her.
rush over and instantly use his cleansing touch on
Oh
Thule.
no.
All right.
Do I need to make the save now?
I don't know. Let's see.
Oh, because you moved in range of Delamar.
You sure did.
Sure.
Delamar, can I have you roll me a wisdom saving throw, please?
Roll high, buddy.
Yes, but I would like as Agrimar's
I've
helping
got
me
one more
up,
cleansing touch left. Let's do this.
I would
We'll see if you need it.
like to like go in for a hug, and as I look past him, I see Raval, and like, oh, it's my old friend with the, oh, come on, oh no,
Oh.
You look at Rafal as your eyes begin to drift down towards that artifact that is at his hip. That crown of such a beautiful make.
Thing
Not
is like
metallic like so many kings and queens garb themselves with, but much more natural, animalistic, bone-like appeal.
It's like the One Ring. This is annoying.
Jeremy, you're going to see a pop-up that I think Summer is also going to see when it pops
Yeah.
up.
uh-oh,
If you wouldn't mind, I'm going to send you a message in chat.
uh-oh. Discord chat or roll 20
Who are we
chat?
fighting now?
Oh, now it's
roll 20 chat.
Lamar.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's even higher now. We're getting up there. Ryan rolled in the 30s. Summer rolled in the 50s. This is in the 80s. God damn it. Oh, I can't wait to see
so much worse.
I can't wait to see the card for this fucking crown.
So Delamar, as you are just embracing Agrimar, your eyes lock with that crown behind his back. And your gaze lingers a little bit too long as you feel this overpowering urge wash over you.
Uh-oh.
Callum starts breaking the earth everywhere.
Right. And he's just making it so he gets more contracting work. He's like, look, there was more damage.
It's a bigger write-off, see? Jeremy, I sent you the second whisper of what happens.
Son of a bitch.
Ah. Oh. Oh no. So Delamar is just gonna like let go of Agrimar and give him a big smile as his eyes are just devoid, and he's going to start walking past these dead men. Are they dead?
Oh, you're not.
There are two dead people at your feet. Yes.
Okay.
You're not getting that much
by
further.
meteors.
Yeah. So I'm gonna walk
Agrimar
right
taking
here.
an attack of opportunity.
I'm gonna grab Delamar. I see the void, and I don't like the void. The void is my nemesis. I'm stopping the void. I would like to attempt to grab Delamar and not let him go any further.
Check.
Sure. Oh, that's really good.
Yeah, I'm so bad. I failed my wisdom. I have a plus
dirty 20.
You do catch the slightest shade about his eyes as he releases you from that embrace, as he begins to step aside with a bit of a different stride to his gait. As he begins to crouch down, Agrimar spins on his heels, and you said you're going to try and grapple him?
I would like to try.
Roll me in athletics. Jeremy, if you wouldn't mind, roll me in athletics or acrobatics.
Let's
grapple
do...
check.
Woo. Oh, wow. Really low for Agrimar. 17.
You grab hold of him.
Delamar, no.
It seems like I'm trying to reach. Wait, is this body next to me like dead?
Yeah, both of these are.
Yes.
Are they one of the ones where their heads exploded?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, do they have any? I guess the word would be gore around them.
Yes.
Okay, this is your fault. Okay, I just want to throw this out there.
There were other options available. There are two things listed before the third, and you chose the third.
With Agrimar holding me, I'm gonna try to reach out and grab any piece of whatever's left to try to eat it.
All right.
What?
What?
Delamar just starts eating this corpse of the Emerald Enclave officer.
Also, my
This is
character
the
is
first time we're
vegetarian.
seeing this man.
I want you to know that.
Someone's gonna have to cast finger down the throat.
Ugh.
Does Agrimar say
You
anything?
chose this, Jeremy. You chose this option. There are plenty of other things to eat in this space.
Bro, read what you sent me.
Eat something strange, such as dirt, slime, or offal.
That's not strange
You
to a
chose
druid.
the corpse.
Well, it's strange. So
There's nothing else
because like
except
Rafal's looking at him, right? Like, because he
But
just
it
looks
fits
past
perfectly
Julie and sees
For a
this.
vegetarian, there's nothing more strange than eating another person.
It's also just eating a fresh corpse of somebody. Like, that's weird. Also, do I see this?
I hope so.
God, all right.
Ryan,
See this
can I roll-
archdruid that you befriended some time ago, some effect washes over him as he tries to struggle against Agrimar. Agrimar grapples hold of him as he just pins him down, and then he just begins force shoveling.
Rafal's gonna walk over to Delamar, put his hand on him, and use his last charge of cleansing touch. And end his magical effect on Delamar.
Now the monkey has to make a save.
Rafal, as you approach Delamar, Jeremy, can I have Agni roll me a wisdom saving throw?
Oh, does the monkey count?
Monkey counts.
oh no. I have to
Why does the
figure out-
monkey count?
I
Because the
didn't.
monkey can
sentient.
think.
I didn't think the monkey would count. Oh.
Monkeys are people, Nick.
No,
Crap.
no,
I don't know
what.
where the fuck. I have lost. I forget where to find.
Just roll me a d20.
All right.
I didn't think the monkey would count.
I don't think he's.
I
going
don't
to
think the
have a
monkey's gonna-
significant
yeah.
boost to
Plus
it.
proficiency
roll me a-
bonus. Yeah.
So roll me a d100.
Oh.
I'm gonna let Delamar deal with his monkey. Can you like dismiss him?
So as Rafal begins to approach, the same shade washes over Agni's eyes. The flames begin to dim about its form ever so slightly. As it-
My monkey's just gonna like screech and just start running away from Rafal and this crown.
It just dives into the plant maze, and it's
Yeah.
Rafal's gonna, as he like pulls, like as the like void leaves Delamar's like eyes, Rafal's going to say, "I apologize, my friend. You came to us at a very difficult time," and he's gonna like, kind of cradling his shield in his arm, kind of like show Delamar the crown, and say, "This is a very evil artifact, and it's apparently takes people's minds. I'm afraid Agni may have run off."
I'm gonna like gain my senses and run over to the bench and just throw up.
Yeah,
you
that
go
makes
behind
sense.
the bench and you fail a
That
Constitution
makes sense.
save.
That makes
Oh,
sense.
can
That
you
makes
please
sense.
put the crown in the hole so that way nobody else is affected?
Look, I'm scared of putting it in the hole because what if we can't get it out again? Like the last time we put one of these things in the hole, the extra dimensional space.
The bag.
I'm just saying.
Then let me take it out of here at least. You can't be walking around with that thing through town.
Well, no, but at this point,
Every
everyone-
person is going to be affected
Yeah,
by
but
that.
at this point, we're all safe now. So let's do whatever we're gonna do right here, where there's no one else.
We can't destroy it.
Callum, how much energy do you have left?
I have nearly exhausted my magical abilities for the day.
myself include that as well.
It depends. I mean, I still have some spells and energy available to me. What is it you wish?
I don't know. It's just identifying what this crown can do the most pertinent thing, or is figuring out how to move it and transport it, where to keep it, how to protect it? What do we do?
I think personally, as someone who has just been stabbed in the back for real this time, I think we should not move it anymore.
Sorry, Zara.
No, it's fine. It's just whatever.
Who's got a ridiculously high passive perception?
Zara?
19.
17.
Mine's ridiculously high. It's 10.
27.
God damn.
There you go, rogues.
There's your ridiculously high one.
Can I do a Arcana check or history check or something like that on the crown to see if it's dangerous enough that if I actually try to identify it, I could be putting myself at significant risk?
Does the identify spell require you to touch the object?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Then I would say you are presumably aware by all the caution that is being taken by this and the effects it's having on people who aren't even touching it, that risking touching it is a risk.
I have touched 2 of these objects already. Would you like me to do it?
Haven't touched the crown yet.
No, but I've touched 2
In
pieces
fact, you
of
avoided
exorcism.
the crown on purpose while the queen was sleeping.
Yeah, well, I wasn't ready.
What pieces did you touch?
Nari and Nari's wraps.
What happened when you touched the wraps?
Divine Intervention, I think, was around that time, wasn't it?
No, but what happened?
I just got a connection. I got all the specifics about
You
the
cast
void and
spells
stuff.
on those to get those specifics.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
cast
legend lore is what I did.
Legend lore on
That's
it
what
to
it
get
was.
that
Yeah.
information.
Do you have that right now?
No, I knew we were going into combat. I did not prep legend lore.
I'm just asking. Okay, but
No.
so what? So we could. Do you have to touch it to cast legend lore?
Oh, let me double check. I think it's within range. I'm not afraid to touch it though. I mean, if that's a big deal.
Well, it is a big
He's
deal.
not asking if you're afraid to touch it.
No, you
long
don't
as
have to be
you're
touching
around.
it. In fact, all you have to do is describe it. Name or describe it.
Dope.
Okay, so then we could take a long rest here. Agrimar could prepare that spell and then cast it, and we could see what we're working with. Everyone okay with that?
So
Yeah.
let me ask this of Ryan, because this is definitely like a GM call. I have a 5th level spot. Could I take an hour and basically swap out a 5th level spell for legend lore?
Oh, do you know legend lore?
He's got it as
That was one of the first things I offered to do for you
Can it
guys,
be
and you're like,
cast
no,
as
we're not
ritual?
going to pay for that.
Oh yeah, is legend lore a ritual?
No, it's. I
Oh,
think
that would be
it's
too cool.
just a-
That would be too cool.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm down with that.
All right,
Because
so we can.
Callum
This is his thing.
he's a purveyor of magical shops. Like he's
Yeah,
read up
yeah.
on all sorts of magical items. So I think given an hour with this thing, potentially numerous castings of like an identify spell, effectively at 5th level, yeah, you
Without
can get some
being able to
information
touch
about this
it?
thing.
All right, cool. Then Rafal will help Callum in this endeavor.
Okay, basically, if we're going to do this, I send people, like, out of here to go gather the material components I'm going to need. And spend
What you
that
need?
hour, like,
Yeah, what do you need?
450 gold's worth of stuff. Incense and ivory strips.
You do have a sugar mama over there.
Oh, it's not the gold. It's just, I figure we're, if we're gonna do this kind of ritually, I have to send people out to go find the stuff.
His tummy's rumbling.
Oh.
All right.
Zara can do that. She's got. I think she's got
have
like
400 gold's worth of incense on my person.
Okay. We're just going to steal
I
it.
have the stuff for legend lore, so whatever you need, I got it.
She's like, I just wanted to have some fun, but goddamn.
I know. I've just been stabbed. I just want a little bit of fun.
Don't go there.
Then, in that case, I'm going to swap Wall of Force for legend lore as I prepare for the casting. And while I'm at it, I'm also going to swap haste for major image, because as soon as I get done with this, I'm going to show everyone what the hell it was Zara and I saw.
Yay!
All right, so Rafal will leave his sword, shield, and the crown with you. And then he's going to walk over here to talk to Del.
Yeah, Calum's going to be busy for a while.
Yeah.
Delmar is having one hell of a day.
Yeah. Rafal's going to like come over and like pat you on the shoulder and say, "You are the last person I expected to see today, but I am happy to see you."
I am happy to see you too. It's I'm gonna look over at the body I kind of consumed, and it tastes a lot different when you're in animal form. I do not care for it like this. Do you still have the? You guys put the crown on the hole, right? Or Agrimar has it?
No.
Callum's got it over here.
It'd be out of range of you at this point.
Okay.
Ben, I'm going to send you the stat card for the crown. You can look that over. It's a bit of a big one. So.
Oh my god.
I'm going to heal
Sounds good.
Kevin, if they are okay with that.
Yeah.
And I just went ahead and used up the 2 spell slots for the things I'm doing.
Delamar's gonna look over at Rafal, and it's good to see you. Even if it's in such strange and dire, I have no idea what's going on here. I do not think this is the best place to talk, but I need your help. Once we get settled and we're have a moment to speak, I need to speak to you and Agrimar. I think the city's in danger.
Well, I know that. How do you know that?
How do you know about the animal spirit?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Lich.
The Lich?
I have a story to tell you, my friend. And it sounds like you have one to tell me as well. You go first. So, what brings you here? Why do you need our help?
You remember about 20 years ago when you and Agrimar helped me quell the earth spirit?
Yeah, the turtle thing, right?
Yes.
He was a son of a bitch.
Yes. Agrimar also built me the vessel to be able to house the spirit. I learned that the vessel doesn't last forever, and plus the spirits need to be in the world, but I figured out a way to bind the spirit to my son. The same way I bound, and I'm gonna snap my fingers and use Wild Shape to summon Agni to my shoulder.
And he's right back, bright as rain.
The same way Agni has been bound to me. I believe one of the spirits is in your city. The air one. I do not know what animal this was, but I've been having dreams. This huge serpent covered in lightning flying above your city. And
does that ring a bell?
Nope, not to you.
We know a Bahir covered in lightning below the city, but not above.
It was mechanical. No, it's not a natural spirit.
You hope that he would mention a mechanical creature if that's what he saw.
Just say it.
But he didn't say, so you don't know. Maybe that's it.
You think that this spirit's here in the city?
Yes. Whatever it is, it's in turmoil. If it's being used for something, it eventually will break out and cause destruction. The spirits need to be in harmony. As I reach up and tickle under my monkey's chin, it is the only way to preserve nature.
Well, I don't really believe that you being here is a coincidence, so that could be connected to what has been going on here in the city. This is the part, Jeremy, where I usually go, and I tell them everything. I can't do that because
got him this time.
You don't know everything, so I actually have to tell you everything. Oh God!
I'm going to continue healing people.
Do you want to save that for a call between me and you?
Nope. Here's what I'm gonna do.
All right.
Let me
let me link you to a YouTube that's got 500 hours of content.
Let me introduce you to everybody. That'll help. I guess. Rafal's gonna call everyone.
Not now, Rafal. Leave me alone.
I was going to say everyone but Callum over.
Alright, that breaks Callum's concentration. The spell is ruined. Cost him his 5th level spell slot. He's going to have to try again tomorrow. No.
Oh. Right. I just noticed that her body was still here.
Yes.
If Endrin was conscious and able to issue commands and things like that, I wouldn't trust her body to Endrin.
You want her out of our sight?
The body is still right where she fell because Agrimar was gonna try and throw it in the bag when he jumped down to deal with Cassandra instead.
Okay, when
Endrin didn't take it or anything like that.
Well, I'm just there's got to be protocols for how you treat royalty when they die, right? In the city, I'm sure there's traditions for that.
Presumably. You probably haven't been around for most of those traditions.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm proficient in history. I understand my culture.
That's also usually when a monarch dies of natural causes and is well liked, not overthrown.
Revered respectfully. So
I get that. I'm just saying there's plenty of historical precedents for cultures respecting royalty of any kind differently than how they respect other dead people.
Yeah, but there's also cultures out there that they're the reason the monarch is dead.
You've burned away bodies for the Strider camps to get their spirits released back into the ancestors in the sky. You know that the king's remains were burned and then buried in a crypt.
Let's burn her and bury her.
Because she's not really from a noble family's line. She doesn't have a family crypt, but
I'm still gonna treat
if you want to put her in your family's lineage.
I was gonna treat her with respect. I just don't want her out here.
All right, then we'll keep her body here. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We'll keep her here.
Fine.
We'll keep her here.
You got 10 days.
It's
She's not even rotting.
My intention is to take her to the temple where there's no teleportation in or out of it, and keep her safe there.
That's probably a good idea. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to talk about what we're doing with the queen's body. Okay.
It's gonna be safe. That's all that matters.
All right. Ryan's got me paranoid, okay?
I don't want her to come back to life or someone body snatch her or some shit.
I mean, you guys left her over there all by herself, just over in the brush.
I'm keeping, 20 feet away from this crown is more than enough. Away.
You're not 20 feet from the crown. Rafal's got
the crown. No, the queen. Keeping the queen 20 feet away. I don't want some weird... Yeah.
I mean, you still got Cognar on the other side of the battlefield that's all broken down.
I can't do anything about that.
All right, Maker can't fix a construct? Who are you?
All right.
Who is this?
Everyone over.
I do have fabricate. I can fix something.
Agrimar, get over here.
Jesus. 3 above. What? Got shit to do. Yes, Rafal.
Tuli, Zara, and I guess I need to reintroduce you to Agrimar. He points at Agrimar out to Delamar. He looks a little different these days.
Delamar,
should have
looking
seen
at
me, like,
Agrimar,
3 nights ago.
He has some of the likeness of the Agrimar you remember, but it's more like looking at his son, or like his son's son. Like, it's not even the same shade of skin color. He was purple when you met him. This guy's like a shimmering white, ghostly pale.
Could everyone describe their characters for Jeremy?
Would you mind if we start with Rafal?
Sure. So, I mean, Rafal is a Chris Hemsworth type, wearing, well, he has a billowing cape. He wears shiny. What's my armor made out of?
Stellar iron, celestial iron,
star metal. Like
That's dope.
And he has a shield made of the same essence. He carries Crownfall, which is a golden glittery sword. He wears these golden angelic bracers, and he also wears a crown on his head. Yeah, that's Rafal. He's a human. He is the only one from MistHaven in our whole damn party. And then there's next to me. Oh, go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just he's standing about 6'4". He's a tall African American man with a deep beard. He's got a lot of wrinkles, but a lot of laugh lines. He seems like he's smiled a lot. He's got a little monkey on his shoulder. He's covered in emerald robes with leather layered within it. And he's got very soft emerald eyes. Yeah. I introduced myself as Delamar, the Archdruid.
The Avatar of the Fire Spirit.
Fuck, that sounds cool.
Can't forget that part.
Oh man, we got titles. I gotta go back and find the title that I gave myself.
Wait till Atriox. He thinks he's got a title. Ha!
Atriox is the only one that can be... you have to speak his whole title, otherwise you can't talk to him.
Every time. It's like Rumpelstiltskin. Standing beside Rafal, Summer, would you mind describing who he sees?
Yeah, he sees Tuli, who is an air genasi with like very light blue skin. She's got ice crystals, just kind of dotted along, well, most of the skin that you can see. She's wearing leather armor, nothing really special, but she has a kind of intimidating eye patch covering one of her eyes, and the one that you can see is just pitch black. She does not look amused. But she does like a kind of extravagant kind of bow towards you.
I bow back. Your character's awesome.
Thank you.
She's taken.
Hold on, I gotta mark my bingo slot. Tuli's extra.
Even if she's in a bad mood, she can still be extra.
This still applies. She's taken.
Delamar's a good man.
It doesn't matter if you're married or not.
Different
I say that to Tuli, not to you. She's taken.
Agrimar flexes a little like... like, don't forget you're missing this.
All right, what's Agrimar look like these days?
Oh, right. This Agrimar. He looks like a beacon of hope and a shining star in the brightest of darkest of nights. He too wears this celestial armor, this pure white, glimmering armor that is the same color as his skin. He stands. I think Ryan shrunk me a little bit, so he's like right around 7 feet tall. Previously, he was almost 9 feet tall. He is exceptionally hot. Probably
Yes,
hotter
he
than the
is.
monkey. Hey, yo.
Bro, is that what you look like in that picture?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
You could
Very
say
dreamy.
he's kind of
You should have seen
Adonis.
old Agramar.
Ryan, do you got old
Oh
Agramar?
boy.
Someone's got to send me a picture of old Agramar.
I've got it on
I
the
can
other.
put it in the chat if need to be.
Like, hot,
I've got it
right?
on the city page.
My wife as well thinks he's hot.
Ooh.
She did that whole...
His last transformation, when he went red from purple, we had a whole Captain America moment with the tabaxi. It was awesome. But yeah, so he stands around 8 feet tall. Oh, there's purple.
So that's the
Oh, I
Oh, I
Agramar that
forgot
you
that's what he
remember.
looked like.
back in
Oh,
the day.
That's
So Agramar fucking Digivol. Whoa. Oh, no.
Oh yeah.
That was
Stage
his
2.
Agramelian phase.
And this is his Agrazard phase.
So they're like Pokeballs or Digiballs? Because that's intense.
We've decided that he's like Charmander, Charmeleon, and now Charizard.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, so he's got long, flowing locks that are licking out. But based on his heritage and his newfound closeness to this Air Genasi standing next to him, it's he's basically icy hot. He's cold to dull the pain and hot to melt it away.
Oh.
For anybody who's near and dear to him.
I heat up the ice cubes.
Yes.
Dude,
Best of both worlds.
do I notice like the glances between the two of them?
Oh
That's
yeah.
their-
Tuli doesn't have to glance at Agramar.
Agramar
Okay.
is staring intently at Tuli.
They just had sex, so they're probably glowing.
I'm gonna
I'm always
smile
glowing
at my,
for fall. Shut up.
I'm gonna smile at my friend Agramar, happy that he seems to be doing a lot better.
Just so you know, Telemar, I haven't killed someone in 5 minutes. Shit.
And then my monkey is going to jump off my shoulder to just try to leap on your shoulder.
I'm gonna grab him and wrestle him. You little shit. Come here.
Yeah, no, my monkey's happy to see you.
Kill the monkey.
I'm not gonna kill the monkey.
Don't kill the monkey.
Kill the monkey.
He's on fire. You should love
No.
him.
No, he's awesome.
He's a fire
just saying,
monkey.
From
Zara
someone
should
who came from the faux reeds, I would think that that Zara would like a
You'd
fire
be like,
monkey.
A fire
fire
monkey would be like the
monkey!
best for you.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just saying, kill the monkey. I think it would be. I just like that. I just like the sentence. Kill the monkey. I like the sound.
It's a,
she's in the mood to choose violence because she just got stabbed.
if it
And
makes you feel
I'm
better.
so surprised that Tuli did not.
I
Yeah,
wanted to. I
Has Julie
desperately
even
wanted
said, I'm
to.
sorry yet.
Because she doesn't see the point. Zara's just gonna yell at her, probably retaliate back. It's
That
not
was the
worth
worst roll you could have rolled on that table for where you were standing at that moment.
God damn it. Anyways, speaking of Kevin the Giantess / Zara, what does she look like?
So she's a halfling, and she is the biggest halfling you've ever seen. JK. She.
how big is the biggest halfling I've ever seen?
I don't
You
know.
tell us.
Probably
We don't know
not
your
Zara.
life, man.
No, you're most definitely the biggest halfling I've ever seen.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
But she is quite small. Got a ponytail, auburn hair. I don't remember the color of her eyes, but just like Tuli, she looks even less amused than Tuli. Frustrated. She's got dark circles under her eyes. It does not look like she's been sleeping that well, actually. And you know what the Batman cape looks like, right? When Batman sort of like wraps it
Batman.
herself.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Yeah,
that's such a cool fucking image. Yes.
Yeah, that's what Zara is doing right now with around herself like a little Batman.
So I'm going to nod my head at you and like a very curt like nice to meet you, but you seem very intimidating.
Oh, thank you. I always wanted to be intimidating.
You should be intimidated, motherfucker.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm goddamn Zara.
should
You better be
so
careful, she'll
intimidated.
steal that
She's
fucking monkey.
crazy.
I won't fucking murder you.
I can't get rid of this monkey. Trust me.
Just wait. Zara will find a way.
Oh yeah, and also along her hair too. There, some of her hair is at the end singed off. Because fire is nice.
It's a fire.
Ryan, I got a question.
What's up?
So like there's 4 spirits, the fire, wind, earth, and air. I'm bonded to the fire. I bonded the earth, the turtle one, to my son. He's at home. He's a little monk. He's a turtle monk kind of dude. When I find the avatars, I like the idea of them having to be binded to someone to try to quell the chaos. So is it okay if I'm trying to like judge the party looking for the next avatar of air?
Absolutely. Potentially, sure. You gotta find somebody to hold on to that vessel.
Okay. Cool.
Unless he's already got maybe somebody back home lined up. If
No,
these guys aren't worthy.
I need someone they need a strong will. It's pretty much because you need to learn the balance of beast and man to be able to quell it.
So sure, you're welcome to judge these guys as much as you want.
Rafal's going to point over at the gnome working diligently at his spell casting and say, "That is, hold on. Stand by.
It looks very important.
Callum from Nebnot, Fizzy Bridges, Herringbone, Ridge Bottom."
Is that the name of the place?
No, that's his name.
What's that?
I know it's a bit short for a gnome name. But...
It's a nice name.
I like the name a lot. I love long names like that, though. That's just me.
You could call him Callum for short. And he is the proprietor of the Ridge Bottom Exchange.
Is he working on the crown?
He is working on casting a powerful identify type spell on it so we can know more about it.
Is he Bridges?
What am I like? What does it look like as he's doing that?
Right now, he's just making some marks on the ground and kind of setting everything up. Like he's got the shield and everything placed sort of in the center of a circle with a lot of symbols and whatnot around it. And he's basically just doing a lot of muttering under his breath.
What does he look like?
Ben, if the party were to have, like, say, ludicrously ridiculous insight scores, what sort of a read might they get off of Callum as he's learning about this crown?
Oh, shit.
They would see, like,
does he look?
Some distinct signs of nervousness. And even some, like his pupils are starting to kind of narrow, like the adrenaline's getting to him.
He's starting to get a stress headache.
Oh. Callum looks like Callum.
And if the picture gets shared again, he looks exactly like his character art. I had that commissioned for him.
That's really good art. I like that picture.
It's dope.
I love his mustache. I wish I could grow something like that.
He's very proud of that mustache.
I would be too.
Wow.
It's almost higher than his hair.
We all love these characters so much that we've all gotten commissioned art for them except for Agrimar, right?
Yep. Can't afford that.
No,
yeah,
it's okay.
We just can't afford new art every 2 weeks.
Hey, be nice.
You guys, I got a secret in. I'm just married to a digital artist. So it's like, babe, can you make me a picture? And then, bam,
She
Delamar
says no.
picture. Well, the problem is, it's like, yeah, I can ask her to make me art, but on the other hand, I'm like, I need you to draw for other people so we can make money.
I want when I do my I thought I was thinking about this like when I do my next like epic campaign. I think it'd be fun to pay Lena to do everyone's character so that everyone's characters look like the same style. Like I think that'd be dope.
That'd be sick. And then you could get her to do the BBEG.
Yeah, dude.
Hell yeah.
So
Anyways, back to this game.
Not Strixhaven or Cowboy game, right?
No. When I take you into my new homebrew world or the Legacy. Campaign.
Don't lie to me. Stop lying to me. I don't believe it anymore.
It's not gonna be the Saturday game. I've been thinking about it. I was like, that thing's still gonna happen. It's gonna be part of something, but like,
just know of a city that's in dire need of reinforcements at some point.
Yeah, and if you guys go back in time, maybe it'll happen. But like, we'll see.
That's all good and fair. I just miss Andre.
It could be from a different time and place. Maybe it'll be Andre's ancestors. We'll see.
Legacy of what?
Legacy of my Saturday game.
The game that died. Oh, it was.
Was that the one where the one of your players got like feeble-minded, right?
Oh, that was this game.
That was this one.
That was
that was Ryan. Ryan is feeble-minded. Multiple people in this game.
I could have sworn I watched like one of your Saturday sessions, and one of your players, his character got feeble-minded.
No, his was in person.
I did feeble-mind somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, because we started in person and then we moved over to this Roll20 when the pandemic hit.
It was.
Yeah, you did. That was the boss fight.
It was the boss fight. It was the Vpron fight. I feeble-minded somebody.
You mean the session that killed the campaign because Christina's a bitch?
Let's just say things fell apart. But anyways, yes, that is I'm putting together a retooling of a lot of the stuff that I did for that campaign, and that's going to be like.
I'm not being mean. I played with her for 2 years. That was inappropriate and just flat out mean. What she did.
It was. It made me feel bad. But anyways, we don't need to talk about that again because we've talked about it plenty.
My bad.
Ryan, can you show Delamar's health, please?
No. Why don't you ask him? Use your words.
No. Agramar doesn't use words.
So Rafal's going to look over at Delamar and say, I guess I'll just start from the last time we saw you. So when you and Agramar and I kind of separated outside of the city while we were trying to figure out how to get in. Oh, well, I guess I got to tell everyone how we know you. Let's back up. So, Agramar and I met Delamar, well, when he was saving our... yeah? Right outside of Valeria, where he saved our lives. That was about it, right? Agramar?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to fucking swim with bodies.
Look, I went down for some water and I see 2 bodies. I pull them out. I'm losing my accent now. It's going Russian. I need to stop.
Agramar got us most of the way there. From there, we made our way back to MistHaven with Delamar's help. Because he's a druid, we were able to navigate the wilds and take the long way around. And along the way, we helped him with obtaining this earth spirit that he was telling you about.
We fought a giant fucking turtle.
Yeah. He taught us primordial. That was pretty cool. And, so, long story short, he brought us all the way down to MistHaven. And, we were able to make our way into the city. I guess the important parts are that, I guess, how do you summarize everything that's happened?
Our situation to Delamar?
I mean, yeah, like, how do you summarize what happened to
The
everything?
evil undead cult that has been accosting the city for the last 2 years has undermined every level of authority and has sought the resurrection of an unkillable titan to rule over the land. And we have been thwarting their plans ever since.
Right. So the name of this cult is the Golden Lotus, and the one responsible for it is a centuries, millennia old lich that lives underneath the city with who knows how many phylacteries.
At least 8.
Who is trying to collect the pieces of ecstasis, which is this unkillable titan, which that crown is a piece of it. And we are assuming that the lich is trying to collect these pieces so it can inhabit the titan. We
Wait. If it gains all these items, it can take over this Titan and just become it?
That's what we're assuming. Some plan to do that.
It's very possible that he was this titan before it was destroyed in the first place. We don't have the exact information on that.
Ryan, do I have any knowledge of this Titan beforehand?
I mean, you might have heard whispers about this city that just mysteriously vanished. This
Nature would know,
ancient
wouldn't it?
sort of.
Would nature
Well,
know?
if he had any
necessarily,
dealing with the
no,
Striders,
because-
he'd know the lore, right?
Roll me
the
a
Strider
history or a nature check, Jeremy.
Let's do the one I'm good at and roll a 3 like I did. I rolled a 1? I hate this. We hate it.
I mean, you've heard from the trees that you were talking to earlier, like when you were trying to figure out, like, so, everyone's heard about this Egypt-like city that just vanished overnight, that got wiped out because of some titan or other, some such. And about how this beautiful, lush jungle that was here before just got decimated into this scorched sand desert. Like some sort of a 10th level spell is rumored to have been casted in this place. And so asking the trees about it, these trees are all very adamant to let you know that they are essentially saplings. They've only been around for the past couple of years, and they are not nearly old enough. And most of them seem to take offense that you were asking them questions about the long, long ago, given how young they are. But the natural one, you managed to offend the trees by asking their age.
Well, trees are grumpy old ladies. Oh.
And
I'm young. Are you happy to hear it? God.
I'm not even 1,000. God.
we even
If you asked me that.
we found what happened to the ancient kingdom. They were teleported to the Shadowfell.
Oh, shit.
Right.
Is it still there in the Shadowfell?
Yep, we have
Which
the keys
so.
to the proverbial kingdom.
There's a portal that we can open that goes to the Shadowfell, and we do have all the keys.
But millennia of corruption in the Shadowfell, we don't really want to unleash that onto the city at the moment.
No
So-
good business in the Shadowfell.
No, not usually. But that's not the end of our troubles. So we also have
Contract with the second layer of hell, right?
right.
Something?
So there's
What?
Yes, Delamar, we've been busy.
Hold on, what was that one?
Wait, okay. Can we pause that real quick? Because I have a question about the Shadowfell. Is the Liches connected to the Shadowfell?
probably
City? Okay.
There's a lot connected to the Shadowfell, probably.
We got a Celtic knot of storytelling going on.
boys yet, my friend.
And we
Okay.
don't even
Okay.
know where they.
No,
what
we're still
their
trying to
place
figure
is
that shit
anymore.
out.
Okay, cool. All right, let's go back to the
Jeremy,
second layer of hell.
This is the tip of the iceberg, dude.
We're giving you the 1,000-foot view for sure.
That was a very broad generalization what Lucas just gave you.
Okay, well, let's go to the second layer of hell then.
All right. So my great-grandmother?
Grandmother.
My grandmother, the Mithril Queen,
dope name.
Yeah. Well, she made a contract with the devil, literally. And those Requisitors that we were just fighting are the product of that contract, which they are supposed to protect MistHaven in its darkest day, according to the contract. But because of the Queen...
Thank you, Ryan, for your fully legal contract.
Yep, there it
Wow,
is.
that's actually... I love doubles.
Want
That's
to look
amazing.
at it.
It's a doozy.
The fucking lawyer wrote it. It's all
Not only that,
The lawyer did
but
write it.
it is flayed
wrote it.
into
And so
her
it's
flesh.
awful.
Yeah, it's a blood contract on flesh.
It's on her body.
And she is in hell. So
we got that.
Right, but the contract was also recently changed because originally the fallen angel Severus Devere that was sent to watch over the Requisitors, who were all devils, he got killed, and so because he got killed, and then the Queen also broke the contract by helping us. The Requisitors are now under the control of a guy named Dazan. Dazan?
Yeah, Dazan.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he is a fucked up demon looking dude. There you go. And we know that
just got some baby fat.
Yeah, and we know
only skin deep. I would ask you to remember that.
He's got cute little wings. They're like, hey.
This guy. He's on the side of the Lich. We know that for according to the proof that I'm gonna have to go show Artorias Semper at some point.
Yep. Statues below MistHaven.
You keep talking about the Lich. Do you know anything about said Lich?
I'm going to get to that.
We got a name.
we got a name. Nice.
I'm building up to it. Like, I'm going to put all the pieces together.
That's the final crescendo. We can't get to that early.
That's the thing that most recently happened. So, okay. So, the Mithril Queen makes this contract, Requisitors, right? The most recent queen, Miss Iliosa over there, is the one that fucked with it. And then when Severus died, that was on the day that the Golden Lotus launched an invasion of MistHaven with 2 fiery boats that Severus went out to fight one, and then we fought the other one on the docks of Trail's End. And that was the craziest fight I have ever participated in Dungeons & Dragons, period. But we all almost died. Zara saved us in the end. Nari did die.
She's a vampire, by the way.
She's a vampire, so she was fine in the end. In a way. She's not fine.
She spent 5 years in hell.
She's not fine. Okay, so that's the start of like the big problem in MistHaven, right? So after the boats attack and the Requisitors don't do anything to stop this shit from happening, right?
They deliberately hesitated. Like they went all the way up to the front line, and Severus Devere was the only one that went in.
And they fucked him over, and anyways. So after we defend Trail's End, and I should mind you, at this point, we is consisting of Nari, who's Amanda's character, Rafal, Agrimar, and Kevin. The 4 of us defend Trail's End. And then we meet Thule. That's where we meet Thule, is as this shit is happening. In a bar in Trail's End that we are holed up in as this invasion is happening. Thule helps heal us up and kind of really does us a solid. And then joins our little party to continue to fight off this invasion that is happening. We make our way back to the inn, the Phoenix Feather Inn, which is kind of our home base, as the night rolls in and then never goes away. Right? That's when that started happening?
Yep.
All the while, like
Nope.
that whole day, there was a 24-hour period of somebody just chanting in this ancient
I forgot
language
the golden
all the
elf
while.
was just
The summoner.
floating over the fucking boat.
And the party found out afterwards that this guy was effectively awakening all the plant life that had overgrown this city zone.
That's right. I forgot. I didn't even tell you about the overgrown zone. That's a
You
story.
would have loved it.
I will tell you about it eventually, I promise. Okay, so right. So now we have full on apocalypse happening. So there's there's clouds all over. Did the queen kill anyone during the fight?
No, Agrimar kept her running. She just feeble-minded me. That was it.
What?
She dropped a bunch of the Emerald Enclaves with the Meteor Swarm.
Oh, that was her? I thought that was Artoria.
Well, she had commanded Artoria and enchanted her to cast the spell.
Well, okay. Yeah, by proxy.
She gave the order.
Is that what you're asking, Ben?
Yeah, I think that answers the question.
Okay. Oh, you're looking at the crowns card. Okay. All right. So when the apocalypse starts happening, there's something that happens called the blood fever, and basically blood plague. So people start turning into zombies, essentially. And
Have you played The Last of Us?
Yes, I have.
It's essentially the cordyceps. All the clickers. I brought that to the city.
Uh-oh.
So,
oh, man. I am like... How long ago? Damn, that sounds fun.
We killed
This
so
was-
many
I had a
people.
druid in
2
the
years
party
ago.
that wanted to be a urban heavy setting. So I'm like, I'll just
Yeah.
bring the forest to the druid.
Sorry about that.
so we then had to fight our way through the undead hordes and the horror movie that was that whole fucking thing.
I was Pokeball to Phoenix.
I'm getting
That's
there.
right.
We're not even there yet. We're not even
That was the docks.
yet.
Oh my gosh.
Was that right after the docks?
It
That
was.
Yeah.
These guys captured
We-
it at
That's
the
when
docks.
Thule and Kevin killed a dude. It stole his horse.
We
The
both
thing is,
separately
the
killed a
golden-haired-
person.
relevant to the story.
The golden-haired
It shows
elf
where our mindset's
conjured that Phoenix to attack you guys at the dock, and then he went out of there to start the awakening ritual.
That's right.
There was also a black dragon.
Didn't get to
We're
that.
not.
part
We're
yet.
not there yet.
Okay. All right, we'll just backtrack on that.
Yeah, we'll get to there. All right, yes. So there was a phoenix in there at some point that we did trap in an iron flask, and like no one else wanted to do it, but Rafal went anyways, and it was fucking awesome. God,
That's the reason why he's king.
God, I love being a hero. Anyways, so yeah, we. Long story short, we save the city from the Golden Lotus. There are multiple people that we have to kill that we realize because when we at Trail's End at the docks, we fought this tiefling, and the tiefling's actually where Rachel got her wings. Rafal used to wear them, and then he gave them to her. And then
wings?
yeah,
Yo.
and there was, and the tiefling
Yeah, that's
had
the
this
Batman.
like
Batman cape.
Wait, the cape is also wings?
Yep.
Yes.
That's so cool.
yes, it is.
Mhm.
And this tiefling had this like golden rune in the middle of its forehead, and so we knew that
I saw the art. Quite. Yeah.
Yep,
That's very
there you go. There's the golden rune in the middle of the forehead.
Yeah,
So
that's when we found out Body Snatchers was happening.
I'm not gonna
Not
say.
quite. We didn't really find out until we
Body snatchers?
used
Yeah,
the
I did speak with Dead. No, I did speak with Dead with the body, right?
Yeah, no,
I did.
Thule
Because
spoke with
I'm the
Dead,
only one that speaks Infernal.
and you were the one that she wouldn't recognize.
Mhm.
But yeah, Thule spoke with Dead with this tiefling, and we figured out that she didn't actually remember anything after she died. Which is how we did learn.
Which she remembered dying at a different time in a
Oh.
different country on a different date, not here at the city.
Yeah, I
a
have
few hours earlier.
Right. So it didn't make sense. The story didn't line up, and that's relevant once we get to Severus Devere. So remember that.
And Severus is the one who has the demons?
Severus is the fallen angel that commands the demons, correct.
All right.
Look at me. What's up, man?
All right.
It's been a long time.
Oh no, he's Grandpa.
Grandpa's
he's still
like
old sexy daddy.
He's not quite gone though. He's just in my pocket.
He's holding on to him for the whole campaign.
Got his soul stuck in a gem.
I will
that's right.
that because there's all right. When we get to the hags, we will talk about that. I like how it's just like I haven't even told him about the demi-lich yet.
That was on the airship.
Oh man, we're not even halfway through.
The hags happened way before that when they tried to kill a young girl for painting.
Okay.
Yeah, the hags happened even before Thule joined, technically.
Now, mind you, I should tell you this also. At this point, the reason why we're fighting our way through the streets is to get over from the Phoenix Feather Inn to the foot of Zemeria, because that's where Nari's stupid vampire ass went, and we're trying to go and save Nari. Right? Even though she always says, you guys forgot about me, we were fucking trying to get there, but there was a horde of zombies in the way. You hear me, Amanda?
I had your grave dirt and you ran away. Not my fault.
We get to the foot eventually after saving some soldiers who actually ended up being at this fight because they're cool dudes.
And they're dead now?
No, the guy that we saved is not dead. He is still up there.
Yeah, we confirmed that.
He's the one that rezzed Commander Endrin.
Oh,
he's awesome,
Lieutenant
dude.
Peabody.
Does he have a name, Ryan?
He does.
I erroneously
his
called him Marcus, not realizing that's the same name as the commander. So they're
Well,
both
maybe
named
he's-
Marcus.
Maybe he's Marcus Peabody.
It's
One's
a
a
good
Marcus with a C, one's a Marcus with a K.
I was going to say,
There
what
you
if it's
go.
Marcus's son and now we have a family, business?
Marcus.
Marcus.
Marcus. Okay, so we get to the foot of Zemeria and we learn that Nari has peaced out. She got rescued by insert name of God Kronos.
By Nari's warlock patron.
Her
second
warlock
one.
patron, who is Kronos, who
Oh shit. That's
I'm pretty
warlock
sure
vampire.
at this point,
Well,
that's a
Kronos
dope
is
patron.
just
That's a cool
the
character
bitch.
concept.
once
Maybe.
tangential sidestep. So when Nari died in the dock fight, because she's a vampire, and the fight was happening in sunlight, and so or it was low light, or there was cloud cover or something like that. But effectively, she got downed and she went into the vampire mist form. And for the vampire mist, they have to return to a site of soil from the same place that they died as a mortal. And so there
I
was
understand
one
this,
location
yes.
that was set up inside of the city, inside of this foot statue, and a second, like the party had collectively gathered the dirt from where Nari died to set up a place for her in the city, but hadn't set it up yet. And so she had the option of leaving the party to deal with this fight so that she could make it back to this grave dirt that she needed. And so when she rezzed inside of this sarcophagus, she wasn't the only one in the sarcophagus. There was another creature there that was imprisoned in that sarcophagus. And she let it out whenever she was freed from the sarcophagus.
Yeah, I didn't know about putting the grave dirt somewhere, so I just carried it in my backpack in a giant chest, and I was like, she'll come back there.
I'm the coffin down.
I failed that vampire check at the library.
And so there was this skeletal remains of this half man, half serpent with large bat-like wings and a colossal horn. that was entombed in this sarcophagus. I think I've got
That sounds dope.
Yep, and I have to go to the bathroom, so somebody
no, she's
pick up telling
good,
him the
man.
story.
Doing good. My son's doing good too.
Pretend Rafal's telling you.
I don't know the
All
story.
right, so we
We
left
were at
off
the foot, right?
the foot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because Kronos' weird fish people.
Yeah, and then we didn't go. Yeah, there he is.
Oh, there he is.
That's Thravash. He was effectively a war criminal that was entombed here by the Ankai-Esh right before they got wiped out from existence.
So he's been here for a long ass time.
He's effectively a vampire that got buried alive.
I haven't had the
so
dog.
He had nothing to
I
do
haven't
but
had the dog
wait inside of that sarcophagus for 1,000 years.
Did you guys kill him?
9 years.
Nari let him
away.
out when she got freed from the sarcophagus before the party arrived.
Wait,
We
so
don't
he's-
know where he is.
Oh, that
Last
dude's
we
probably
heard
got
was he was in
cool
hell.
cancer.
He
Uh-oh.
assisted Nari in a trek to recover her soul from
No,
hell.
we
because
moved into an apartment,
vampires
so we couldn't
don't
keep it.
claim their own soul when they die, or something like that. And so she had to go reclaim her
okay.
soul in order for any sort of chance of a revivification process to work to reverse the vampirism. She would need her soul. And so Thravash, since she freed him, he helped to reclaim
100%.
her soul for her. And so he took her to hell, and that was when Amanda's schedule had changed the first time. And so Nari had to exit out from the campaign at that point. So Thravash took Nari away.
All right, I'm back. Where are we?
Where Thravash took Nari away on a side quest because Amanda's schedule changed the first time.
Son of a bitch. Thravash, not Nari.
I don't think we have enough time in this session to recap everything that's gone on in the campaign.
We're going to get there. All right, so after we did the whole Foot of Zamaria, Nari's missing thing, after that, we went to the castle, question mark?
For the castle, where
Yes.
you got pointed to the skyship.
Yeah, we got commands from the queen to go take out the intruders, right?
Because she saw from her towers up above the clouds that there was a ship weaving through the...
Right. So this is the part where we have to take pause and question why she helped us. Who has theory?
Hold on.
I think she
The
expected
reason
us
why
to
we
die.
went there, though, is that Agrimar used a mirror he had to scry on her, and he saw sunlight.
The queen
So
had
we
sunlight,
went-
so she could be affected.
We knew that the castle wasn't being affected by
Above
the
the cloud
darkness. Right,
Yeah.
right.
No zombies.
She
in the
probably,
castle?
honestly, she probably thought that we were going to die. Out
And
there.
encased in ice.
She probably thought that we were just, she's like, oh, let me just go throw them to this demi-lich.
Mhm. And we wrecked her shit.
Yeah, we did. All right, so that's right. Because then from there, we did our first trip. How did we get up
Ooh.
there? Is that where we did the first portable hole Kevin flying us
Yep.
up thing?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
So
And beforehand, we had Phelan send Bryn to
right,
check.
so let me explain the portable hole trick. So basically what we do is we don't have a bag of, we have both a bag of holding and a portable hole. And with the portable hole, we can all get inside of it, and then somebody can carry us up until like whatever the breath limit is in there. And so what we did is we all climbed inside the portable hole. Kevin popped out her wings and flew us up to the airship that was creating like all these clouds. Like all this roiling cloud smoke and stuff was coming from this ship and was what was like keeping MistHaven in darkness. And because MistHaven was in darkness, all the blood plague was able to occur. And so we got up on the ship, we wrecked shit. Kevin lost my rope.
I don't know why you had to point that out, but yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think you've ever replaced that rope.
Elmar does not need to know those details.
No, I'm just saying. I'm sorry. I'm salty.
I like
She-
the idea of Rafal mentioning
Okay.
the rope, and then they just start arguing about the rope for like 5 minutes.
She is filthy fucking rich. She could get me a new rope.
I think it's
She's financed your damn play. I think she's more than paid for that rope.
It's a sentimental thing. I just want.
I'm not paying for the rope. I'll steal you a
You bought a
rope.
whole play.
Anyways,
Yeah.
So we
That's
fight
worth like
this
10,000 ropes.
special
ropeless king.
woman with golden eyes and another golden rune in the forehead. And we kick her ass, and then she pops up as like a skull, and then I stomp on that and kick its ass. And then we have this flying ship, and we stop the smoke, and the sunlight returns to MistHaven, which helps with dealing all the zombies and the blood plague. And then we realize that there's a giant fucking hole in the overgrown zone right about here or so. Or it could be over there.
It was like over here. I'm fairly sure.
I'm gonna trust Ryan where he pings. So basically, we get the army and everybody, and we go over and we decide we're gonna go down into this fucking hole that has been dug into the overgrown zone. Do we know about the dragon at this point?
I don't think anyone rolled a high enough perception check during the dock fight to see the dragon as it made its way into the city. But I think the party was informed about it.
One of the treants told Thule about it.
Talked to the tree.
Cedar Stub, that was his name.
We went down. That's right.
Cedar Stub asked if we were here to help about the hole in the ground, because he was going to attack us because we accidentally hit one of the trees while we were fought Severus and the Rakshasa.
Oh, I haven't even gotten to that part yet. I skipped over that.
You did.
Oh, the Rakshasa. You skipped over the Rakshasa.
No, I skipped over us going to the Requisitor's Fort.
Oh, that was a whole thing.
That was a whole thing.
It's been a while.
Why? When did we go to the Requisitor's Fort, then the castle?
We went to the Requisitor's Fort, and no, we went from the foot to the Requisitor's Fort to the castle.
Then to the castle. Okay, so in between there, we went to the Requisitor's Fort, which, mind you, this is the first time we met Tazan, and we were like, that guy's an asshole. Yeah, and then I don't even know how to describe to you what happened there.
Oh, basically, I can describe it.
Everyone got
Mexican
tempted.
Standoff.
Oh, it was a dangerous situation. But to get into the door of the Requisitor's Fort, we all had to
speak a truth.
Speak a truth. And those were some scary things that were said. Okay. So we deal with the Lich, we deal with the darkness, we go down into the hole, and this is where we encounter the dragon and the hags.
Yep.
And Rafal and Kevin pretty much are the only ones that fought the dragon. Kevin hit it once, right?
Once or twice, yes.
Yeah, because she was too busy hauling Thule along with the wings, because we thought we could double team the dragon, and we didn't.
Right, so basically, Rafal ended up fighting the dragon by himself, and then everyone else fought the hags, and we killed the dragon, killed the hags, and we recover the Hearthstone from the hags, and we realize that wait a minute.
Oh, did we fight the dragon before we killed Severus?
We had to, because we had the Hearthstone.
I think you got the Hearthstone.
We got it from the hags in the sewers. That was during the fight.
How did Severus' soul end up in the Hearthstone?
Severus had the Hearthstone.
Then how did
we got it from him?
When he died, his soul went into the Hearthstone, and then his body got possessed while he still had the Hearthstone.
Got it. Okay,
that's right.
So Severus was originally in control of the hags?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. So, long story short, we get this Hearthstone, and we send the Rakshasa back to hell. That's important. That Rakshasa is still, quote-unquote, alive. And probably is not happy with us. Severus has the golden rune when we fight Severus Devere. the Rakshasa also has a golden rune, if I remember right.
Yeah, and he fled like a bitch.
No, we
didn't see.
No, you
we
guys
didn't
killed
see him
him.
again.
We killed his ass. He went back to
I
hell.
thought
No,
we
he
killed
fled
him in the
that
sunken
fight, and you killed
cathedral.
him in the sunken
Oh,
cathedral.
that's right. You're right. He did run like a bitch after we killed Severus.
He survived the encounter.
Ran like a bitch. Anyways, okay. So the dragon also has a golden rune on its forehead, right?
Yep.
All right. So if everyone's keeping count, we've got Tiefling, Demi-Lich, Severus, we've got Rakshasa, and we've got Dragon. So that's 5 so far. We fight our way all the way got down to what is become to be known as the Sunken Cathedral. In this Sunken Cathedral, we find shit happens. We pass over pieces of ecstasy that we should have picked up, and we're really fucking idiots for not doing it.
I tried.
I know, and you were right. But in this Sunken Cathedral, we face off against the Golden Elf. I don't know what else to call him.
Golden Lotus.
Yeah.
And there's a massive fight. We almost all die. Agrimar 1v1s in Abilev.
I punched it to death. It was awesome.
You did. And we also fought Shark Boy and Lava Girl and
Who
Nari.
also had golden runes, correct?
No, they didn't, notably.
Oh, they didn't?
Boy Lava Girl did not.
Yeah,
Oh.
notably they did not. But the Rakshasa was there. He still had his. We killed him. Nari came back during that fight, and we got Nari. During the fight, the elf with the glowing eyes true polymorphed himself into looking exactly like Rafal, wearing that bone skull armor, holding that massive fucking sword, and that guy has been now affectionately deemed the Rafafelganger. So somewhere out there is a I'll tell you why there's somewhere out there. So we kill the fuck out of this dude. Everyone's dead. We realize that the circle that we're standing around is a summoning circle for a Tarask. I didn't stutter. You heard me correctly.
I don't know what that creature is.
I got one of those in my pocket.
Oh.
You don't know what a Tarask is?
I know what Tarask is.
Oh.
Not a tar ass.
That is how the fucking creature is spelled. Don't at me.
I'm at you. I'm at you hard. Capital at.
Tarask is how that creature's name is said.
Tarask?
Get over it.
It may be a weird hill to die on, but by gum, I'm dead on it.
You're fine. All right. So
get your own friggin' elemental spirits. I'm out.
Right. So we go through the tedious task of dispelling this circle and all the other components that are linked to it electrically and everything like that. We had to cast Dispel Magic like 10 fucking times or more.
Oh, shit.
It was ridiculous.
It's like 20 times, yeah.
We had to cast Dispel Magic like 1 billion times to make this place even
speaking
safe.
of elementals, I got like 12 of them in my pocket.
Beads of elements, like it's effectively the stones that you throw and it makes an elemental appear. They got like 20 of those, and by dispelling those, they disabled the trap that they were able to claim those from the traps, which is why there was like 20 castings of Dispel Magic. So they were dispelling everything.
Right. So after all this fight, we do a bonehead thing, which is Phelan, which is another one of Amanda's characters, has this bag of
I love Amanda's characters.
Corpse storing.
She has this bag of corpse storing, and the whole thing with the bag is you can't put items into the bag. It's only for bodies. And if you put anything in there with the bodies, they're lost.
You don't get it back.
It's lost to the astral sea. We are stupid and don't even think about the fact, because we can't get this bone armor off of the stupid elf. So we don't even think about it, and we just throw the elf's body in with the fucking armor. And then when we go to try to take that elf's body out of the bag, well,
Body
that's a whole
not there.
story. So, because that'll give you backstory about why Kevin hates Thule.
That's a
Should have let it happen, Tilly.
whole nother can of worms.
So far,
no.
I wanted to go to hell.
Let it happen.
any questions
I
so
wanted to go
far?
to hell.
Jeremy?
Crystal clear, right?
No, I'm catching up. I'm caught up.
You will notice that I haven't said the words lich yet. All right.
Just wait until we start plane hopping. Oh, that's going to be fun.
All right. So the things that are important that happen after that are... Is that when we time skipped was after this?
We did a
Yes.
10-month time skip.
Time?
Oh yeah, the 10-month thing where
We did time after this, right?
Yeah, and we
Yeah.
stopped the
Effectively
time.
Retconned it.
Stopped the plague from spreading through the city, stopped all the zombies that were on the surface, stopped all the big bads that were running rampant.
we built the arboretum, or Callum built the arboretum.
All by his
Okay.
lonesome.
No, I helped.
Because
Agamar
we
built the Maker's
contracted-
Temple.
We contracted Callum to build the Arboretum because we needed to move the overgrown zone, but there were a bunch of dryads and these tree ants that are now awakened in there, and
You'll
so
love
we created the
Truly
Arboretum
managed to
house
negotiate
them.
with the dryads and the tree ants to effectively uproot and move all the plant life rather than having any further hostilities between the awakened plants and the people of the city. Because the plants view it as like, yeah, this is our land. Like, we were here way before you guys were fucking here. And the people are like, no. It's our land. We were here before you became awakened. And so it's our city. You get the fuck out of here. And so Thule was able to negotiate all the plant life that was awakened and living and sentient and the dryads to relocate them to this arboretum outside of the city.
And that cleared up the overgrown zone to then be able to be habitable again. And the overgrown zone happened in the first place because Zumeria got upset that she got caught by us, and she kind of went boom.
Cast a super version of like plant growth in the city.
It's like Druid Grove, like 9th level Druid Grove.
Goddamn butthole.
Because she was the pharaoh of the city from 1,000 years ago.
And she wanted to make a place for her people, which is total bullshit.
I took her plot of land and I put a temple on it.
Anyways, so after the time skip, we are like, oh, we should probably examine the Raffalfalganger's body. To which Rafal, upon not being able to get the body out of the bag, was like, oh, it's just a bag of holding. I could grab the bottom and pull it out, and then everything will come out of it. Except that Phelan didn't tell Rafal the big old warning sign that comes with this magical item, which is, do not turn this bag inside out. One thing that it says in there is, do not do this. Rafal did it. And it opened a portal to hell. Which started sucking people in, and I'm going to turn it over to Summer.
But plot twist, that didn't happen because there was a point in time where we gathered in the Maker's Temple. I don't remember what we were doing there, but Thule was meditating.
Hot tub, I think, right?
No, that was way before
Different
that.
time.
We were silvering our weapons?
I think
Maybe.
so.
I thought that was later.
No, because we were
No,
silvering our
because
weapons.
during the 10-month
Oh, because we were expecting to go to hell. That's right.
Because we wanted to fight the Requisitors. That was our goal at the time.
That was it. That's right.
And Thule and Nari did research about devils. Thule specifically on Dazan, so we needed her weapon silvered. But anyways, Thule, she's a bard paladin. She used to be devout to Salvris, the all-seeing. And so she meditated, got a vision from him of Rafal, turning this bag of corpse storing inside out. And the consequences of those actions would be that Agamar and Zara get sucked into hell. That didn't happen because Thule didn't tell anybody about her vision. and instead spent the majority of her 10 months going behind everyone's back, learning Thieves' Cant from Brodrin?
Yep, Brodrin DeVargo, a.k.a. Spider-Fucker.
Brodrin DeVargo, a.k.a. Spider-Fucker.
Nobody's
because
ever
he has
called
a
him that,
pet
not even once.
Ettercap. And she's real freaky.
He talks to spiders.
And his spiders talk to you and Thieves'
He
Cant.
also fucks spiders, though. We've established this.
This is that fun game. Two truths and a lie.
I love how Ryan's defending Brodrin to the end.
With that,
he's really cool. Okay, he wears leather.
We're not
He
saying
specifically
he's not
came
cool.
to
We're just
Agamar,
saying
was
he
like,
fucks
"Save my
spiders,
girl."
like
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Sexual relations with that
Yes.
Ettercap.
He's very cool.
He's a
it's just that he has
spider fucker.
questionable company.
It's this guy right here.
That's him. He does look pretty badass. I would agree. But anyways, long story
he had
short,
his own gambling hall.
Yeah, we were scared of him. Now we're not.
Long story short, Thule may or may not have committed arson.
She did.
She did. In fact, she set some buildings on fire, like over here, and some a little bit over, like here-ish. I'm pretty sure.
Yep, a few of them.
Just to distract, to grab Kevin's attention by using tactics that were used by her old thieves guild who were terrorizing the city at the time.
Because Zara used to be a member of an old pyromancer thieves guild that would start fires as they would rob the place.
So the whole thing was that we were supposed... Yes. We were supposed to have a nice dinner at the Phoenix Feather Inn, and Thule ruined it. By, God forbid, saving Zara from hell.
The main problem
and then she
was...
almost killed me.
You were in
almost.
Disguise. You were
I was in disguise.
You were in disguise. She didn't know it was you.
No.
But she did try to kill you after learning that.
Yeah, she did try to kill Thule afterwards, and that is part of the reason why Zara hates Thule. The rest happens later.
Yeah,
it gets worse.
The only reason Thule is still alive is because Rafal saved her life.
Oh, yeah. Rafal got there just in time.
There was a fake carnival that happened later on.
Oh, yeah, we retconned that. Like, we retconned that a year and a half after the fact.
We needed a one-off session. So we were like, this is a perfect time.
I don't think I was even there for that.
No, that's why we did it.
That's why we needed a one-off.
It was like a double date thing.
Yeah, it was double date.
And Thule and Callum and Zara.
They had a great time. We didn't.
And it wasn't recorded, right? So there's no recording of that session?
It was.
I think I have that one.
It was recorded.
Do you? I haven't actually watched it.
Yeah.
If you have that, I haven't watched it.
I'll have to go back and look for it.
That's funny.
Oh, that was like knowing what the conversations were could make a flashback episode cut so much deeper into your heart.
Wasn't that the session y'all were drunk as fuck?
I mean, come on, Nick. You can't pick one out.
I mean, there are several sessions where both Rachel and I were drunk as fuck.
Like there was a session where everyone was sloshed. That's what I remember. That I wasn't there for.
I know I was
There's
sloshed.
been a few of those where everyone except me was drunk.
Yeah.
So Callum's having to deal with all these promises being made. Like, I would never betray you and like set a building on fire or stab you in the back ever, because we're best friends and best friends don't do that stuff. Since it's a flashback episode, you're like, oh, the very next thing that happens is all those things.
Yeah, Thule kind of got it on that session, didn't she?
Yes, because there was all
Agamar put down a choice.
There was a conversation had, and then it somehow ended up that Thule ghosted Agamar for 10 months.
Yep.
She put him on red. That's all.
She literally left him on red. And just recently got back to him within...
We need to have a conversation about our relationship, and then didn't talk to him for 10 months.
We made a bingo square out of it.
We did.
Oh, you don't know about bingo.
We got to get a new one.
We do, because Thule and Agamar talked.
And now instead of filling then it'll be filling Dalamar in.
Yeah.
Well, no, after this, it'll be a.
Yeah, Bride is right. Yeah.
But after the 10-month thing, what did we do?
After the 10 months.
After that, and after
There was a spa session where a couple people got kidnapped.
Oh.
In a different plane of existence.
That was fun.
That was that was fun. Almost dying was fun.
There was some
The
serious
whole time tipple thing.
for some serious filler episodes. No,
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It was backstory stuff.
Yeah, we dealt with. Well, we dealt with Zara's backstory stuff when Tuli committed arson.
Right. So we had the reemergence of the Faithfarites and what was that asshole's name? I'm sorry, I forgot.
Marauder. Oh
Marauder.
shit! Yes, that's what happened after the time skip.
So after the time skip, Marauder reemerges and starts terrorizing Kevin, and also they're basically the Faithfarites get hired to sabotage the opening of the Arboretum.
Wait, can I explain this?
Go for it.
Okay, so basically, here's what happened. After the 10-month thing, things aren't good. So Zara actually flew over to these things, and she meets this person named Raza. Turns out that was actually Verada in disguise. Almost gets fucking stabbed.
Verada
So Flash
is the guy that betrayed Kevin, and she is the reason why Zara left the Faithfarites.
Oh, Zara does not
was-
like this
The
guy.
reason why she took on the fake name Zara.
Okay.
took
Kevin.
the
Oh,
fake
yes.
name Kevin. So
Zara's
anyway,
the real name.
It was deliberate in the names
Very
I was
confusing.
using. I nailed it, thank you.
So anyway, Zara is her real name. Kevin is her name to, honor this guy that she looked up to, one of the leaders of the Faithfarites. So they go to the Arboretum, and they're just ambushed by the Faithfarites who use explosions. Zara doesn't like explosions. So it took 2 sessions, but essentially Verada throws a brick and was like, hey, trade Zara, and we can go home. We kind of kidnap some kids, put them in these explosive barrels, so cards are on the table right there. Well, we nearly died
to me.
Yeah.
Wasn't
those kids are
Shelby in the brick?
Yes.
Yes. If something happened to Shelby, I would never forgive Ryan.
So
Never.
we go through there. We
Hang on.
kill
Wait,
Verada.
just stop right there for just 1 second. It's very important to remind everyone that Amanda was there for that session and was running around opening every barrel, setting off every trap.
She failed so many sleight of hand checks. So
It's
many.
true.
Triggering
I got
the
knighted.
fuse on every barrel that she opened for the explosion to start the countdown for.
Tuli accidentally gave a child a concussion and failed at comforting that child.
Whoops. So we rescue.
He lived, didn't
We
he?
get through there.
The poor wharf rats.
Yeah, they've been scarred for life. So the Faithfarites are not a problem anymore in MistHaven.
Like how Zara's
They're-
is like, yeah, get in line with the trauma.
Yeah, so she's okay. Still doesn't like explosions, and then we had to deal with fucking Oracle.
Oh.
Right, go ahead, Summer. Tell us what that's all
Okay.
about. Oh, and
So
Lucas.
and Lucas. I'll let Lucas explain the whole Dagnata Spa Day thing.
Oh, yes. That was a wonderful trip.
Yeah, everyone take turns with your backstory shit.
Yeah, so Agamar is from the Plane of Metals, and he took Tuli and Nari, a couple of hotties, away to his getaway destination. And
That's how you're gonna phrase it.
was gonna lay some sick lore on him, and then
This man
giant
was
fucking
for a threesome. I'm just saying.
dragon man
I would
showed
also
up.
like to point out that we were not wearing our regular clothes. We were
No.
wearing bathing suits. because we had a
Towels and
spa
buck ass
day.
naked.
Each episode.
So this is the beach episode.
Exactly.
100%, yep.
Basically, and in the middle of the beach episode, Agramar decides to teleport to plane shift half the party back to his home fortress that he hasn't been at for the past 80 years, all in their swimwear. And when they reappear in this space,
Without Rafal and Kevin, by the way.
Ah,
The two-
you guys
And
would have made it
Callum.
the 3
complicated.
of them, they find that somebody is occupying this space by the name of
And-
Atriox. This
That dude
12-foot
looks
tall
cool.
dragonborn, the herald of the great worm, the keeper of portals, the
you
opener
go.
of the ways, and the lord of dragons.
Perfect. Thank you.
He deserves
dude
his
looks
title.
awesome.
He's like a 12-foot
Was
tall
the full title
dragonborn.
said?
The full
Yes.
title was
Full
said.
title was said.
He tried breezing over it, but we didn't fucking let him.
Thank you.
And the party found out that he is more than capable of fucking with dimensional travel. He hijacked and stole some of the party's portals, pulled them back through some of their own portals, and jumped through someone else's portal.
They were all my
Trailed
portals.
the party back to the material plane.
Where Rafal had to impress him for him to finally go, fine, I'll leave.
Where they learned that Agrimar is this guardian on another plane that he has left devoid of his duties for the past 80 years.
Uh-oh.
I was occupied.
Big
Occupied.
whoopsie. Big whoops. But also, while there, they learned of the Canoptic Being, which is a book that got slipped into the library, and Atriox is like, this isn't supposed to be here, deal with this.
Not slipped in there. It was sent by one drow named Sister Labrice.
I guess I will turn it back over to Thule.
Who just so happened to be she was a high priest of Savras of the all-seeing orb.
Really quick, can I just point out that this is totally the mid-season episode of an anime that recaps everything that happened before it?
Yeah.
Anyways, go on.
Sister Labrice just so happened to be a caregiver and mentor of Thule when she was a child.
Oh, nice.
And they weren't fond of each other.
Oh, no.
But Sister Labrice slipped a cheeky little note into the Canoptic Being, which led to a whole bullshittery adventure to the Oracle, Valen Sarnaster, whose ultimate goal was to kill all the gods.
Oh, damn.
Right. And she's a mummy lord.
Yeah, she's a mummy lord. That's where the shreds can wrap things. Yeah. Nari has those bandages that are on her arms.
An eternal oracle.
So we went in there, endured some emotional trauma.
2 of them time traveled.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Thule and Kevin time traveled 10 years into the future and almost got trapped there. I lost my poor sword.
Agrimar, your sword.
The sword that Agrimar gave her.
Sword. That's right. We lost the dancing
longsword.
Agrimar pulled a divine intervention and pulled the 2 of them back 10 years, so that
that's right.
Trapped in the future.
You like mended the timeline. It was fucking
Yeah.
dope. It was some Doctor Strange shit.
But yeah, we killed her. Some stuff that happened along the way. No, Vale's not important. Honestly, he's really not.
Thule's ex-boyfriend.
Poor guy.
Julie's ex-boyfriend, who her current boyfriend saved.
That is currently my apprentice.
By her, by him. God, so weird.
And Julie basically had to sacrifice Sister Labrice because she held Valen Sarnaster's true heart. And there was like fucking canopic golems that held organs from previous people who pledged their allegiance to her.
And the zombie lord can't be killed until its heart is destroyed. And she took her heart and put it in someone else.
And there was parts that were like in escrow, right? One of my parts is in escrow.
Also, and Nari's here for all of this.
Yeah, Nari is here currently, and there were some
relevant
jars. There were some jars set aside for Kevin and Agrimar and Thule because we kind of cheated fate. Or Thule cheated fate because during the whole arson thing, she renounced herself from Savras.
Agrimar changed fate.
It was a whole deal.
Because they were supposed to be sent to hell at that one point, and Thule intervened, changing fate.
And Rafal was annoyed with the whole thing because he's like, fate is bullshit.
Because he doesn't believe in fate. Even though it was happening right in front of him.
He was so annoyed by this whole thing. Yeah, whatever. Shut the fuck up and die.
But we killed Valen Sarnaster. Majority of the party went to her treasure chamber. and that's when the realm started to collapse. And
they found a deck of many fates.
Oh yes, deck of many fates. And Nari drew on one, and Zara drew on one, I think.
Because it was a deck.
Yeah, I did. I've been wondering about that actually. Nothing's come up about it.
It's affected you multiple times. I'm sure of it.
Are you sure nothing came up of it? You know, the whole backstabbing thing. Nothing came up of that.
Oh, actually affected by that? Wait, legit?
Ryan's just laughing.
Wait, yes or no?
Wait, I didn't do it intentionally, honestly. I kind of just remembered about that.
Okay, so the deck of many things, that card has already been played, right?
You don't know.
As soon as you drew it.
What was the card?
You changed fate by drawing the card that makes somebody somewhere hostile to the party. What was once an ally turns a fiend.
We haven't encountered that consequence yet, have we?
All right, Zara.
Is it me?
Maybe. Could be.
But,
I think it's
you are the newest addition to the party. It's most likely. Better kill that.
Wait. Oh, cool.
Basically, the end of that whole Valençar thing is that we barely escaped from being lost forever in the astral plane. Because her entire pocket dimension collapsed once she died.
We're fine. We made it.
I got us home.
So after that, and so the wraps are a piece of Exorcist, and we recovered them, and we stupidly gave them to Nari. Because we're stupid.
Because mechanically she benefited the most out of
one. You should get another fragment of Exorcist. They like to be together.
They do like to be together. But we didn't learn that yet.
I think
we learned it after she was wearing them.
She didn't tell us so many things.
Or she did, and she just talked so fast that I couldn't keep up with it.
But at that point, that's when Amanda had to leave, right? It was after she it was like right after she got the wraps.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Her wraps were fine as hell.
Yeah, because I think she's only had the one session since she's gotten the wraps.
Yeah, that was nice.
All right,
open the void. Woo!
A lot of things happened, but long story short, Thule was looking for soul stones for Nari so that we could have more of them, and that turned up that she asked the Thieves Guild to help us with that, and basically what it turned up with is that there were some Duragar in the sewers who are also looking for these things, and every time somebody goes looking for these things, that it's super dangerous and people die and it's bad news bears. And so we decided to go investigate one of these sewer locations. Now, I wasn't there, so somebody needs to tell me what happened when we entered the sewers that day, because Agamar almost died.
There was one member of the party that broke into a noble's estate and started perusing some of Lord Yeager's office documents. And so Zara found all these papers about some sort of like a transactions and trade with the Valyrian kingdom, the Duragar, this kingdom of underground dwarven slavers, far, far to the north. And so she took these papers back to Rafal, and the party scryed on Lord Yeager, and they found him nearby some sort of Ankayesh ruins with blue soul stones glowing and some sort of like teleportation portals with Duragar entering and some sort of a deal being struck and an exchange of artifacts where he got like an eagle's helm and a Kopesh sword from the Duragar in exchange for something that he had promised them. And then the party made their way down to the sewers and found Duragar digging underneath the city for more of these soul stones. And the party found one of these dig sites had the princess of the Duragar kingdom, Lady Bralinera Brightgore, who was commanding the Duragar that Rafal managed to negotiate a just sort of standstill as the party agreed to show the Duragar how to activate the Soulstone ruins in exchange for her going with the party for whatever's inside of those ruins. Effectively, you can come with us and we'll show you how to use these stones. And so the party activated the elevator platform.
Thank God she came with us.
Descending beneath the city, hundreds and hundreds of feet. Oh, Jeremy, you're gonna like this part.
Oh God, I'm just gonna let Ryan tell this part.
Let me find my art for it.
Give me that art. Give me that sweet, sweet art.
All I know is some really cool things happen and then some really terrible things happen.
I like both of those things.
And both of them, at least on my side, both of them involved Agamar jumping.
Talking about the acid pit?
Yep. That was the bad time. The cool time was when
his balls have never been the same.
So the party
They are so soft.
Went down this elevator and they came into a chamber with some sort of a metallic guardian inside. It was effectively a robotic Behir, this mechanical construct down here with technology far more advanced for the time of the Ankayesh, like way future tech inside of these ancient ruins. So the party defeated this thing down here, just scratched by, and they were looking for any sort of like artifacts or treasures or hints as to what this thing might possibly be protecting down here, and they found nothing. So they returned back to the elevator platform to ascend again back up to the Duragar, and the elevator platform, instead of rising, started to just descend down and down and down for hundreds of feet into the floor, into a very ginormous cavern with look to be bioluminescent fungus far across in the roof above, almost appearing as if distant stars sparkling in the sky.
You now realize this is Dark Souls.
Elden Ring.
Son of a bitch.
Down
it's
here,
so pretty. It's so
hidden
miserable.
away in this massive cavern is this underground temple of the Ankayesh, perfectly carved from the stone around it rather than being chiseled like some of the ruins. Except these ruins seem to have strange carvings across them, markings that the soul stones would reveal. And as some of these markings got shown to the party, they became a little bit more aberrant in appearance. Many, many serpents without heads, just endless tentacles in mass. These aberrations beneath pools and all these ancient arcane traps. These large crystalline flowers that seem to siphon magic from the air around them, triggering when any spells were cast near them to effectively swallow the magic.
And they were shaped like lotuses.
Lotus-shaped flowers.
Lotuses.
And it was down here that the party encountered.
Oh, Orby boy, Orbhead.
Yes.
That's the roll.
Mysterio.
Not yet. Not
yet, yeah.
Not
Mysterious
Mysterio was first.
Glass-headed entity that was floating around these ruins as the party was taking a long rest.
I can't believe you actually heard me.
As the party's taking a long rest outside inside of a tiny hut. And this figure keeps drifting overhead as they're attempting to sleep right out front of the boss's fortress.
Yeah, let us get a fucking nap, dog.
And so it just started fucking with them. And it wound up dispelling the tiny hut.
At this point, we had no reason to suspect that there was a boss there.
No,
It's true.
We saw this thing float back over towards the elevators. It did nothing to the platform there, as it seemed to work fine. No, never mind. You guys need to go back to use it. But
nope.
This figure
I was
lingered
told not to
outside of
walk
the tiny
away.
hut.
No.
But nobody
Both him
thought
and
to
Agrimar.
investigate the,
Both him
say,
and Rafael
30
walked.
statues in the north end of the walkway at the time, not until you guys returned did you think that was pertinent to investigate.
Anyways, we took a long rest.
So they took a long rest, got dispelled by this mysterious spearhead, proceeded through this temple, and eventually discovered that this spear-headed entity was a lich in disguise, some mind flayer, some alien being that has been down here for at least 1,000 years, that claims to be the one responsible for all the goings on about this city.
So he's the one that told the Mithril Queen to make the contract, and he's the one that told Zamaria to take her people to the Shadowfell, and he's the reason for all of this shit.
And upon engaging with the party, this figure was joined by one other Mind Flayer Lich, as well as a flowery dryad with one of these golden runes across her forehead, another one of these golden lotus beings. And then Bralinera turned into a fire giant, and the party kicked some ass. Barely scratched out of there. Agrimar got trapped.
Wasn't nearly as close as this one or the Trail's End fight.
But Agrimar got trapped inside of a force cage.
I was almost in the void.
You were
and
fine.
He was one roll away from being swallowed into a black hole.
It was fine. He's fine. Yeah, that was a little tense.
No cage can hold Agrimar.
But this darkness that was conjured up by one of these liches started to spill out of these pools. But the round before that darkness started to spill out from those pools, Nari was present for this fight, and she felt the pull of something coming from this darkness. And so, heeding this pull that she felt, the sensation, she leapt into this orb of pitch blackness. And then the next round, this darkness started to overflow from these fountains and spill out. And as that darkness consumed the floor under it, just like a vanta blackness, consuming all light, not leaving any sort of silhouettes or glimpses of movement, just pitch blackness despite the brightest light present. And that started to slowly grow. And upon returning a little bit later, Agrimar found this darkness had consumed the entirety of this temple down here, this whole stepped pyramid. But with Atriox's assistance, the two of them halted the progress of this void from spreading any further. And that's when Agrimar came across a number of statues on the northern end of that terrace where the pyramid was at, with a number of familiar faces among some of the broken and destroyed statues of many of the faces of the villains the party have faced thus far throughout the campaign. Different members of the Golden Lotus, different members that have been assisting them so far, as well as the Queen's face, Dazan's true face, Rafal's face, the Lady Annabelle, the golden-haired elf, and 6 of these Mind Flayer liches were the only statues that remained standing.
Rafal's face was up there?
It's the Rafafelganger.
Ah.
He used to be Chris Hemsworth.
And so upon returning from the sewers this time, the party started gathering en masse. Started talking to some of their allies and calling all banners.
And yeah.
And some sexy times.
So and now we're back in character. So yeah. So basically that's when we decided that we had to do something about the Queen right away. And so we decided to do it here at the opening of the Arboretum. And we did the play so that everyone could see for themselves what happened with King, and well, you were here for the rest of it.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. So that void, is it like stopped spreading?
No, not
yes,
necessarily.
It's temporarily contained.
According to Agrimar, Atriox has contained it, but according to Atriox, He also encouraged Akramar to abandon the plane, so it's still dangerous.
He wants to block all planar travel off of the rock we stand on in order to stop the void from breaching the veil.
Oh.
So, if you were to tell me that your spirit was connected to all of this, I would believe you 100%.
This is a lot to take in.
You showed up at a very fortunate time, my friend. We could use your help.
Of course. And we need to set things right. And plus, if I lose this world to the void, what point is nature and spirits?
That's true. I'm assuming we've been talking for a long time at this point. How's Callum doing?
So.
How's Callum doing?
Rafal, you need to hear what I've uncovered.
I'll be right back.
Callum, do you start to cast the illusion to give him a look?
I'm going to get everybody gathered over there first.
All right.
Well,
quick thing. Sorry. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Before Callum calls everyone over, can she show him the ring that she lifted off of the queen?
Sure thing.
Oh yeah. Why were you making
He's
such
occupied.
Why are you making such a big deal about not giving that back to Artoria?
It doesn't matter. I'm just showing Callum. I don't trust her with it.
All right. I'm just asking.
So Callum, she holds out this immaculately crafted ring.
Sorry.
It's forged of what looks to be different shades of gold. A white gold that seems to weave around in a sort of filigree, almost crystalline pattern, forming this band that runs down the middle of this golden ring. And just being in close proximity to it, you feel the air cool around you. And as Zara is speaking to you, you start to see these soft, just sort of cold clouds of her breath as she's speaking about the ring to you. But she does not hand it over.
That's most unique. I've not seen something like that.
Yeah, I just didn't want to hand it over to her. No, if she gave it to the queen, then it's not good. Whoever holds this ring, it's not good. So I'm going to keep a look after it, and well, if anything were to happen to me and I kind of lose my mind, I need you to take this ring off of me and just get it as far away from me as possible. All right?
Oh, of course. Would let me pass on what I've learned from my spellcasting, and then I can take a better look at it.
No problem. I just wanted to give you a heads up.
Of course.
Rafal,
you probably want to come and listen to what I've discovered.
Okay.
Gather the rest of them. Gather everyone.
Sure. Callum, this is an old friend of mine, Delamar. Delamar, Callum Ridgebottom.
Greetings.
Nice to meet you. I just thank you for your assistance earlier, but you may have rejoined your friendship at an inopportune moment.
What's up, Callum?
I was more right than I knew. This crown, it's more than cursed. It's evil. It's hard to explain. I think it may actually contain the intelligence and the the personality of the Titan, of Ecstasis. It has numerous dangerous properties, not the least of which is it grants its wearer the ability to, well, to kill almost at a whim, to control undead creatures, to teleport. It has a connection with necromantic power more intimate and more disturbing than anything I've ever seen. It's almost, it doesn't turn one undead, but it's almost like it makes you thrive on it. What's been happening to the people around us ever since the crown was taken off the queen. It has a power, it generates a madness. And it calls to any creature that it wishes to influence. Should anyone place it upon their head, it is inseparable without destroying the person who wears it.
Looks over at the queen.
Oof. It has a way, I don't understand it, but it sows fear and dissent amongst any who are in its sway. This thing is evil. Evil and powerful in a way that is beyond most understanding.
Is it what's responsible for my mother's nightmares?
It is certainly possible. I doubt I have even begun to understand the depth of what this Titan and its influence are truly capable of.
Can it be destroyed?
Possibly. But it would take magics of the most powerful kind simply to remove it from someone who'd placed it upon their head. I don't think I have access, or any of us have access to the kind of power it would take to destroy it.
Then what do we do? What do we do with it?
It does seem as though it is the sight of the thing that triggers the madness in those around us. So, hiding it, keeping it secret, keeping it safe, is perhaps the best we can do for now. I'm sure there's more that we could try to learn. Different methods to detect its nature. Perhaps to call upon the gods to give us assistance when dealing with this thing. But no one must touch it. And for the will of the gods and the good of us all, no one should place it upon their head.
And at that point, you see him start to cast another spell. And he makes the image that he and Zara saw during the fight.
The party gathered round Callum watches as these fleshy ropes, like muscles, just begin to shoot upwards out from where the crown sits. And they just begin massing in this small knot that begins swelling and forming this figure that rises above the crown like a reverse puppet being dangled up into the sky. What looks like the ethereal visage of this fleshy, flayed, open dragon of some sort, with its scales removed entirely, its fleshy wings looming large with this almost 60-foot wingspan around the crown.
Oh no.
This is the creature, the thing that was controlling the queen. This is the entity that is somehow connected and controlling the crown. I have to believe that this is some shadow or image of the Titan Ecstasis himself.
Wish I could say this is the first time I've seen this image.
It was not the first time I had seen it either.
The only other time I'd seen it was at, good thing we told this whole story, was at Valen Sarnaster's temple in the mirror room. Only I saw myself standing beneath the dragon, wearing the pieces of ecstasis. I know not if that was a version of me or if it's my evil twin, but we have to do something about these pieces of ecstasis if this is what the Lich's end goal is.
Rafal, when I was suffering from, well, my paranoia, my madness, my curse, that is what I saw in your wake. That is why I could not trust you.
I have a feeling that Valen Sarnaster probably saw something similar, hence why she called us god killers. If this thing is a god, well, you need to destroy it. So, you said it's difficult, but how? How can it be done?
I truly do not know. There are magics I have heard of, magics that
The Titan had to be undone at some point. How was that done? We know that there were the... Do we know that we know of the mythical
One of the
weapons?
gods was involved.
All sorts of armies from around the world gathered up to destroy it, and its remains were split apart because they couldn't destroy it entirely. It kept rejuvenating and healing. No matter how many times they sliced it, it kept trying to heal slowly. The more it was split apart, the slower it would heal. So they took these fragments of ecstasis and they scattered it across the known world. Ever so slowly, those pieces have been willing themselves back together.
There has to be a way to destroy them.
And I think that was in that research that you guys learned about those weapons that had like fiends infused and trapped inside of the weapons themselves.
They're hellfire weapons. They are forged in hellfire, and anyone who is killed with them, their soul gets sent to the river Styx for rebirth as a I don't know how to pronounce this word. I'm just going to type it out. It looks like lemur, but with an E
Lemure
at
or
the end.
something like that.
Lemure.
It's Lemure.
They
Wait.
get reincarnated as that, and each weapon is unique to its owner. We know of 2 of them. But they're forged in hellfire. They're like super special weapons.
But we could use
That's a
those.
lemure.
But we could use those to destroy the pieces of
Oh,
ecstasy.
disgusting.
It's a molten mass of flesh.
Oh, oof.
But we could theoretically use those to destroy the pieces of ecstasy.
So we only know of 2 of these Hellfire weapons?
Or we could, I mean, theoretically, or we could try to destroy them in hellfire.
You want to take this evil thing to hell.
You've been wanting to go for a while, Rafal. Why not now?
Oh, God, Thule.
Well,
Oh,
now
oh,
you
to
understand
leave
where
you.
I'm coming from.
If we
I
could even
have-
get off this plane, if...
I was just going to say, I have an extra dimensional vault on a different plane.
If Atriox hasn't fucking already sealed our plane off.
Did he give you a time period, Agramar, or did he just tell you to get out as soon as possible?
For one, as keen on details as Atriox, the great herald asshole, he's not good on timing.
Excuse me.
No.
Excuse me. It is Atriox, Herald of the Great Worm, Keeper of the Portals, Opener of Ways, and Lord of Dragons. That is his full title.
And he doesn't deserve it because he can't tell time.
And he wouldn't help us.
No.
Even though we helped him, we killed dragons for him.
Saved his ass.
I almost got tossed into lava for him.
Correction. You guys killed some drakes and left him to solo the dragon, the ancient.
Because he told us we could leave.
Yeah. So he took care of his demons.
Either way.
Speaking of
you
demons,
guys asked him for help until after the fact.
So,
Okay.
what are the characteristics of these Hellfire weapons?
We don't know a lot about them.
What do we know
You guys
about
know about
them
like
again?
a spear and a bow?
It's Ruin's Wake, which is a spear, and Devil's String, which is a bow. And they were used to slay the Titan. And they have like devil souls trapped inside them, which is what makes them so powerful.
If you've heard it, didn't you say that if you've even just like know what the thing's name is, you could legend lore it?
Mm-hmm.
But
You essentially did that.
We did that.
Because that's how you learned its story before.
So do we know who has it, though?
No.
I don't think you know that.
So, wait, these items are conscious?
Not necessarily.
Most of them are. They have like a
we
devil
do know who held them.
infused inside of them.
Or Tula knows who held them.
No, do you know who has them right
Not
now?
currently.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Do we know where they are?
But so the person I do remember now, the person that had Devil's Drink, she was an elf. So she lived for a long ass time.
So
and she used it until she died. So we just have to find out where she's buried. If it's even in the same continent.
Alright, so the first thing Rafal's going to do is he's going to take his cloak off and he's going to throw it over the shield that has the sword and the crown on it and cover it up.
Throw your shield through this beautiful illusion that Callum has made.
Alright, I think that the safest place to store the crown right now would be at the Maker's Temple, right?
Yeah. We just have to put some extra guards for physical entry, but yes.
God, I almost don't want it out of our sight. You know what I mean?
I plan on staying at the Maker's Temple. It won't leave my sight.
You're not going to be there 24/7. we're gonna go do other things.
There is no place on this planet that we can keep it without
it being unattended.
Yeah. There is no safe place.
No, except for on our person.
But what if you die or get kidnapped?
Oh, please.
I'll take my chances. No, I don't know. What do we do with it?
Put
then?
it in the hole.
I don't trust the hole. We just dealt with the Bagman.
The Bagman doesn't steal items. He steals people. And we've never had an item disappear into the bag of holding yet. Or the portable hole.
Yeah. But it's just that possibility that it could happen. Okay, describe to me a characteristic of a Hellfire weapon again.
They're forged in Hellfire.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
But that's about it.
Yeah, basically it's a weapon made in one of the layers of hell.
Yeah.
And
it is a weapon?
Because, fire's hotter in hell, of course.
Yes,
yeah. They are weapons. And usually they're people that get killed by them get shunted to the river Styx. Their soul does.
It's a way to sever the soul from the body. So you can't just revivify somebody.
His soul's in the river Styx.
So the
Titan soul is in the river Styx.
Womp womp.
Hey, guess what? That's where Thorvosh is going.
And he already went there, took some pictures, and came back already.
Right? Yeah.
He had a nice little vacation.
He had someone go there and come back to the material plane. Oh, wonder why.
Zara, every so often during the unfolding of this tale that the party has been informing Delamar with, you have caught the occasional glimpse of movement further in the building.
She said she'd BRB.
Oh, damn it. Agrimar's got a ridiculously good perception.
I got 19.
Agrimar, you, during the course of some of these negotiations, also spy some of these entities moving around back inside of the greenhouse. Seems like they're taking curious peeks to discover what the hell just unfolded over the course of about 30 seconds.
Agrimar is going to grab Delamar. Rafal, I need to borrow Delamar for a minute.
Go ahead. I have a headache.
I'll fix it later. Delamar, if you'd join me.
What does that mean? Why did that feel so sexually charged?
Yeah, they say an excellent way to get rid of a headache.
I know. Yeah, you're right, Ben. You're right.
Don't do anything for his king.
Well, we have heard about Agrimar and Thule's open relationship.
Open invitation as well. Delamar, if I need your expertise with the woodland creatures. You're muted if you're talking, Jeremy. Oh, shit.
Okay,
Thule,
never mind.
you could talk to
Yes.
plants, right? All right.
I can. We somehow retconned that Thule, because she speaks Elvish, can speak very broken Sylvan.
Right. Shit.
But enough
right.
that at least one Treant understood her.
So Agrimar begins walking Thule and Delamar back towards the...
Yeah, I'll make note. Delamar, Thule, dryads are getting close. We might want to keep them at bay for a little bit so that none of them get possessed by the crown.
As he takes you into this back chamber, it seems like all the plant life has been relocated. There's a nearly empty central grassy field, but almost every available surface against the wall space is just entirely crammed and packed full of plant life. Some of these plants still seem to be ever so slowly stepping closer towards the wall and just sort of planting themselves back in as these awakened shrubs and bushes are essentially spreading themselves out up against the walls of this facility. And ever so often, the three of you can make out these figures dancing among the branches of the trees themselves, these entities that seem very plant-like. These dryads, these protectors of this forest.
All right. You came with me, right, Tuli?
Yeah, Tuli came
Good.
with.
You have good rapport. I'm gonna cast tongues on you.
Oh, cool. Okay,
Talk
there
to
we
these
go.
fucking plant people so I don't have to do it and put my foot in my mouth.
All right, yeah, she'll, I guess, can I do an insight check on them? Like, do they seem worried? Like, anxious?
What's your passive insight? 21.
21.
Yeah, you can tell they look essentially scared. Like, it was
Okay.
just a meteor storm that happened in the front half of the building they're in. They don't know what just happened. Most of them don't speak common, so whatever play explanation was going on, they missed most of that. It seems like it's almost like the plants here are like wild animals that are just frightened, and the dryads are acting more like shepherds. Like, they understood some context. They understand whatever it was is over now, and they're trying to calm the plants down, essentially.
Okay.
So, like, there's a concerned look back over in your way at movement approaching them, but they're quick to just almost ignore you and tend back to their flock, if you will.
Okay.
You watch as they are sort of frolicking about the tree lines. You see as they are sliding up and down the trunks of the trees. Some of them are letting loose enchantment spells, and you see these sparkles of greenery as new plant life bursts from some of the trees, and they seem to almost slow down in their movements as if falling back into a deep sleep, calming themselves down as these dryads are casting calming plant spells.
Okay. Tuli, at seeing that they are kind of distressed, she'll like very slowly like sit on the ground. I don't know if we can work it out like mechanically, but
Can you hear
Hello?
me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
I don't know what the hell just happened with my Discord, but I've been trying to talk to you ever since you mentioned and I've just been like, wait, no.
That's perfect, because you're
Join
also
us.
there with them.
Yeah.
Hey.
But I don't know if we can work it out mechanically, but Tuli would like to use her Song of Rest to kind of calm down these creatures, just to kind of get their attention, get them soothed a little bit.
A Sylvan hymnal?
Yeah, something like that. I could like a performance check, I guess. 32.
Oh my god.
Just a 32. She says casually. She performs an impossible feat.
But I did bring Delamar as well.
As Tuli begins to speak to these plants, their movements slow and calm. Many of them just seem to root themselves in place. Others start to spread back out and sort of move around back towards the center field and sort of dispersing from their panicked state. As the dryads start to plant themselves back down onto the ground floor, and some of them start to approach you from the further corners of the room.
Julie will continue to play, just keep playing the same kind of tune in a loop, and she'll like kind of nod towards Delamar since he can like actually talk to them, probably. I mean, Julie's very persuasive, but this isn't her.
You have
thing.
a hard edge when it comes to plants.
She speaks charades.
Yeah. Delamar's gonna walk past and walk into the actual foliage and like sit down. Agne's gonna hop off and go over to the Genasi playing and start doing a little monkey dance because he likes the music a lot.
Delamar, as you are approaching the plant life around you, it almost seems to lean in towards you.
I'm gonna take very gentle steps, trying to not hurt as less as possible, and just sit down and close my eyes and reach out to the spirit of the nature that's here. And would druidic count? Is druidic? That means
Would
talk
you like to
plant?
speak Druidic?
Yes. I'm going to
What do you say?
what are we here for again?
We're
We're just
soothing
calming
their
them
nerves,
down and keeping them away from the crown thing at the moment.
assuring them that everything outside of this area is safe.
Okay. How be at peace, please. Mother Green, it is okay. Everything is calm. The battle is over. Man has shed blood again, but it is okay. It comes and goes. And just reach out to calm the trees.
One of these dryads steps out from the trunk of a tree, just feet away from where you are striding, and it emerges with this mouthless bark mask, resembling that of a sort of humanoid face. As this mouthless mask just gets uncomfortably close, it gets about 6 to 7 inches away from your face, and its head just sort of cocks to the side a little bit as it gives a softest of nods. And you hear this whispered Sylvan voice responding. And the Sylvan tongue seems to flow with some of the similar vocabularies of this ancient Druidic language, to the point that you're effectively able to understand what she's saying. She says, I thank you for your blessing upon this place, and for her calming them. We do not understand the squabbles here, but as long as these issues have been resolved, is there any assistance we can offer?
I'm going to look back at the party and ask what they need of the green.
I think it's just the three of us right now.
Mm-hmm.
Or yeah, the three of us. The
Delamar,
three.
Agramar, and Thule in here.
In which only Agramar needs translating currently.
Yeah. Ah.
You see, Thule gives you the eyebrows like, I know what he's saying, but this guy, he's got no idea.
Feel like I've got one intelligence again.
Agramar, you hear what sounds like the softest of breeze through the leaves. You don't hear much of a voice being whispered to Delamar.
Thule, what did he say?
Any assistance of them.
Perhaps if they wield magic similar to what I did for the Queen for the Emerald Conclave, to make sure their bodies aren't desecrated.
Mm. Yes. Yeah, Thule will relay that back to them, or Delamar can. I don't think it really matters, but no, she will. It doesn't matter. We wish for the bodies of our fallen to be protected, so they're not desecrated before they can receive a proper burial.
Your fallen allies would be honored to be buried here. We offer them a place of deep respect amongst our grove. These protectors of our growth died in our defense. We would be honored to continue to grow and spread word of their legacy that they have left for us. Perhaps we can assist with repairing this structure. We remember how it was before.
Whoa. Are you part of the Union?
I do not understand this one's words.
It can be a strange language, yes.
It's okay. We're pro-union here.
Strange fey he is.
Tuli will relay back to Agrabah the Dryad's proposal. And she was proposing that they be buried with the plants, correct? So they could be properly honored by them?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, she'll relay that to Agrabah. I think, though, that we might need to refer to Rafal and possibly the commander first.
Yeah, if they can stave off decay for a little while, then I'll go speak with Rafal and see what he has to say. Agamar will get up from sitting next to Tuli and walk back to Rafal.
Right.
Sorry about that. Rafal, the Dryads were offering to lay the protectors of the green. They were offering a resting place for them amongst the leaves in the green here at the Arboretum. Is that something that we can talk to Marcus about? Or do we want to...
Like a section of the Arboretum that's like, yeah, I think that'd be fine. And I definitely think we could talk to Marcus about bringing their families here and doing like a ceremony of some kind. Yeah.
Put up a shrine or something?
Yeah. 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 I think that makes a lot of sense.
I can't do it today. I just asked that they would assist me in helping them not decay, to put their bodies at ease. So hopefully the nature magic will be able to assist with that until we can get the proper burial.
I think it'll be fine for right now. I mean, the bodies aren't... We can wrap them in linens and things like that, and it'll be okay for a day or two. Because we also need... according to tradition, we need the people in the Grey District whose names I forgot to perform
their Wardens.
I don't remember what their names were. Phelan's people, the Crypt Keepers. Don't they have burial rites that they do?
They do autopsies and stuff like that. If you need to know cause of death.
Oh no, we know what killed them.
We know how they died. We saw them.
And yeah, we just need to set up the funerals.
Case closed. Good job, guys.
So we just need to set up the funerals with Marcus, which shouldn't take too long. So I don't know if you need to worry about gentle reposing like everybody.
Well, I'm also worried about undead, considering what that crown can do, now that we know. Don't worry. It's not going to be taxing on me, Rafal. I will make sure that everyone here is taken care of tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I trust you to respect the dead, so...
Agamar just starts throwing bodies in a pile now. Agamar will start laying these soldiers out in a line and covering them and going individually, person to person, casting gentle repose. But he will relay Rafal's wishes back to Tuli first. Rafal thinks that would be nice. He will talk to Marcus, but in the meantime, I am going to make sure that they cannot be, the bodies won't be tainted, at least in the meantime. And I think I'm going to watch over them tonight. So.
Of course. Do you want me to join you? I feel like it's creepy. No. That is disgraceful, first of all. truly for moral support, and she genuinely feels bad about the men who died here.
I would enjoy that, Tuli. Yes, thank you.
And Tuli knows burial rites.
I got ceremony. I can cast it 4 times a day. Agamar's going to get to work. He's going to busy himself with this.
But Tuli will relay to the dryads. We have to inform the fallen's kin of course, their unfortunate fate before we can enact any burial. And she'll pause for a second to make sure that the dryad's like following along.
We understand. You have your customs as we have ours. We will see to the care of their remains until such time.
And then Tuli will like bow deeply to the dryads and like.
Might we inquire what was the cause of all this commotion?
Oh. We have found evidence of a great evil, but we are working as hard as we can to quell it. That is unfortunately the cause of this chaos today, and we very much apologize to cause any unrest to you or any other beings inside of here.
We understand sometimes the brush can grow knotted and tangled, and it's better to be just burned away to start anew, to provide sediment for the next to continue to grow and thrive from.
You hear from far away, "We're not burning down the city!"
What? You speak Sylvan,
bro?
Same voice right next to him. Why not?
Zara tucks away a Zippo back into her pocket.
Right. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, thank you so much for understanding and for providing your help when honestly you do not owe it.
We thank you for providing protection over us, exactly as you promised. You are people of your word, and for this, we appreciate you.
And with that, Sorry.
Walk with grace, Lady Tuli.
Thank you. You as well. And she'll give like a very deep like bow to, or curtsy, whatever, to this dryad, and then she will leave this little area to help Agramar with whatever he's doing.
So are there any other magic items that people are looting? So we got the crown that Rafal's got on his person.
That rapier's
Ring of
pretty
Winter
cool.
that Zara's got, that she's having Callum take a look at. There's still the wand of magic missiles, the great silver sword, the icicle rapier, the magic boots, the braces of defense. If anybody needs any of that.
I mean, Zara will get her hands on that like icicle rapier. That seems cool as hell.
All right.
Of course it does.
Delamar's
Oh yeah, cool as hell.
Delamar's got a terrible AC.
I'm back.
Those braces sound nice.
Yeah, go for it, Druid.
Oh, out of curiosity, Jeremy, what kind of armor can Delamar use?
Leather, no metal.
No metal? Okay, never mind then.
What if it's
I'm
elven?
okay with stuff being flavored as like bone armor.
Metal's cool. And bone.
I'm just trying to get this Cambion mail off me.
Sell it to Callum.
You want some devil armor?
No.
That's about as heavy metal as metal gets.
Is a detriment to your stealth?
Hey, Ryan.
What's up?
Can I cast plant growth at a higher level so I don't have to do the 8 hours to enrich the land?
I'm cool with that.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna
At least
cast.
in this instance, we might have to
Yeah.
rule it otherwise if it's in combat.
Nah, no. Well, and this is just because if you cast it over 8 hours, you enrich the land. All plants in a half-mile
Double the plant
radius.
growth.
Yeah, so it's more so just like
It's like a
everything.
blessing over this area.
I just miracle grow everything. And
What's it look like as he's casting this?
So I'm going to pick some hairs out of Agni, and then like ball my hand up in a fist and put my fist to my mouth and blow through it, and you see like embers start to like fly out, and as they start going through the air, they turn golden as they just all kind of just flow out throughout the forest. And every time they touch a plant, you can see more embers as the pollen comes out and just keeps spreading over and over as just like this massive gold circle of spores just spread out throughout all the plant.
That's cool.
And then I'm gonna get up and follow the party.
Watch as some of the smallest shrubs just start to almost frolic about in the grassy field.
That's adorable.
What do we do now?
I mean, we still
Oh,
have
is that
to
the
kill.
rapier?
That is the rapier.
Oh, that looks cool as hell. Fuck yeah. Speaking of cool, can Callum take a look-see at the ring?
Yep.
Already am.
I'm sorry.
All good.
Sorry.
You're perfect.
Oh, thank you.
Everything's just being whispered.
What are the stats for it? Or can I just find it on...
For Ruler's Rise,
Yes.
if you want to keep it a rapier, it's the same die as a rapier. So a D8.
Oh, okay, so it's not like a magical item, it's just...
Well, it gets the extra damage if you attune to it.
I
But
do not
it
have the
doesn't
slots
to
for
be
that.
a rapier.
Oh.
I misunderstood what bracers of defense were. I only get a bonus to AC if I'm wearing no armor and using no shield.
Right.
Does anybody have no armor that this would work better on?
You're a monkey.
Jeremy, what if that were a bracelet of +2 defense instead? Like the Ring of Protection +2?
That'd be pretty neat.
You know what? I might have accidentally mistyped that. I spelled bracelet of +2 wrong.
Brian, how could you?
How could
Yeah.
you?
In this
Callum
game,
would
we
be totally
spell
down for
color.
some braces or defense, but they take up an attunement slot. So
Yeah. Story of my life right now.
It's a big deal breaker for items.
My God,
So
I got
many
like
items.
17 of them in my inventory right now.
That's the small victory I have
However-
over you guys.
Yep.
That is, hey, Brian,
Callum,
better-
using the Ridge Bottom exchange and making some money off of this shit.
right? Brian, what's up with the magic boots?
Those magic boots are fun.
Required attunement slot. You can't use them.
Oh, they probably
Sure, I
do.
can. I didn't even use Staff of Fate once this fight.
What's the ring?
What ring?
The ring Callum is investigating right now.
the ring. Callum thanks Zara very nicely for letting him have that, and
No,
Oh,
she's not
please.
giving it to you.
I love that you two get all the
not
cool
handing
shit.
it over.
For the Magi.
I mean,
She's
we
notably
traded
making
this.
a point of
Those are really
maintaining
cool.
contact with it while you're investigating it.
somehow I'm not surprised.
Wait.
Yeah,
does he
Callum
know-
will pass on all
Mhm.
that stuff to Zara.
Just
For the folks at home, no.
Agamor
Stand
slumps
by,
down another
changing
body.
Properties. For the folks at home.
Okay, so I don't learn more stuff about it?
That is. I know what that's from. Oh my
You
god.
probably do.
I do, because I used this book. That's funny. I know exactly what that item is.
I thought I'd gain more information from
I will
that.
close. Okay, now my curiosity has been sated. I will close it. Rafal's is going to be, I think, at this point when everyone's kind of doing their own thing, I think he's just going to be like sitting next to the queen's body, just kind of like looking at her.
While sitting here, just taking a moment with the queen's body, as the silence of the arboretum starts to settle in, you can start to hear a little bit of commotion coming from outside, like townspeople just upping about in some sort of commotion. Like cries of concern over the collapsed roof, some swearing all manner of spellcraft and witchery going on, others screaming about it being the end of days.
Oh, too bad. No.
Do we really
Sucks
want
for
to
them,
be
I
here?
guess.
Nothing immediately life-threatening, to say the least, but it's like the nearby townsfolk recognize that shit has gone down at the Arboretum, and all these nobles fled the place, and the chunk of the moon was dropped on it.
Like there's a
Do
legit
we-
chunk missing out of the moon now.
There's a new
that's
crater in the moon that is now present in the bed of the Arboretum.
Hey, Rafal, do we want to be here when everyone gets here? Or do you want to be seen with the queen's dead body?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I can just teleport with her. Don't worry about it.
Well, like, let's... Wait, I thought you were staying here. You gotta make up your mind.
I can do both.
I mean, he could teleport the queen's body, and I stay with the Emerald Enclave until he gets back.
Are there any more Emerald Enclave people here?
There was like they all left with Cassandra.
Right. You probably heard a couple of them shouting at the townsfolk, like calling order, like saying, "Stand back! The situation's being contained."
I think it's just how do we make our exit? Do we want to show the commoners that we're leaving this place? Or
That's
do we
what
wanna...
I'm trying to decide. Like, is this the place to talk to them, or is it later? Do we just let rumors go?
Oof. I think we might as well nip this in the ass right now, because if we don't, then it's going to be rumors, and we're going to have a...
Yeah, now the question is, does Rafal go out there and tell them himself, or does he send one of you out to tell them what happened?
Might as well be from you.
But what if they riot if they see Rafal?
I mean,
what if
Rafal's
it's
a
like
hero, right?
What if it's like super devout Queen supporters, though?
How, Ryan, do we know how
She wasn't very popular.
Yeah. She wasn't very popular, but even an unpopular monarch still has their supporters.
It's true. Lots of people
I will
wish
say
Queen Elizabeth a happy death. I was not one of them.
During the whole plague situation, Trail's End was effectively left to their own defenses.
True.
Because the city was maintaining everything inside of the city walls. And so Trail's End just fended for themselves. And if it wasn't for Agrimar bringing some light about their situation with his divine intervention and the party literally saving everyone's life here at the dock, things would have gone very poorly for Trail's End when that invasion happened. So the party has gained some favor here, and they're not known to like the queen so much.
And in that case, they might be gathering outside because they're worried for their own lives.
No, that's probably what it is.
I think it would be safe if Rafal went out and gave a speech right now. We have their support.
I don't know what to say.
But you're the king?
Not yet.
A terrible tragedy has befallen us. The
Rafal, as you were looking about the arena, what remains of the Arboretum here before you, there's one partially burnt remain of the front cover of one of the manuscripts of the play here, just sort of like blowing about as if by a billowing force of some sort, as the last rightful king just sort of blasts there.
All right, Rafal's gonna tell you all to keep an eye on her body, keep an eye on the crown. Everyone just stay here.
Sorry, really quick question. Vathan Ashante's body didn't disappear, did it?
No, it's
No.
still there.
Sweet.
You guys looted
Can
a
we burn
wand of
that?
magic missiles off of her.
Oh,
And
okay.
a dagger. She had a
Because
weird dagger.
I wanna speak with that dead bitch at some point.
Great.
That's gonna make for an
Rafal's,
interesting night.
Rafal's gonna climb his way up in front of to wherever the commotion's coming from, and I don't know, what does he see when he goes out the front?
Rafal, as you exit the Arboretum, there's an immediate sort of hush that begins to whisper amongst the gathering masses. You can see about 30 to 40 townsfolk outside with a loose scattering of more about 300 feet away as the populace of the village just seems to be making their way this direction to investigate all the commotion that's been going on. There's a loose perimeter that is being formed by about a half dozen members of the Emerald Enclave that look to be present here. You can see docked at the nearby shipyard at Trail's End looks to be another one of these galleon ships with what look to be battalions of Emerald Enclave soldiers offloading from this ship and making their way towards the Arboretum to take control of the whole situation. But it looks as though the gathered commoners are all starting to quiet down, and you can hear your name being whispered among them. That's Rafal. Oh, I don't know what's going on in there. If he's here, it must be big business. I wonder if he called forth another phoenix. If that's what all those flames were about. As a sort of hush falls over the crowd, respectful silence upon seeing you emerge, and you hear somebody just shout out, "What's going on in there, Rafal?"
Rafal's going to he's just gonna shout out in his voice, and he's gonna say, citizens of MistHaven, good folk of Trail's End, I come to you today to tell you that once again MistHaven needed saving. But this time not from a force from without our walls, but from one that sat atop the pyramid. The queen herself revealed herself to be a traitor. One who would use us all for her own ends. And did not try to protect any of you during the Blood Plague. She tried to take over the city from the Emerald Enclave, from the City Watch, and tried to become a dictator. She would have put all the nobles and people under her own control and give us no say. But that has been stopped.
He put that whole queen in a place, did he? You hear a couple murmurs and a couple of staggered shouts.
I tell you now, the traitor queen is dead.
You hear a lot more kind of murmuring about the crowd as the volume begins to grow. And from some of the masses that are gathering at the back, you hear them start looking amongst each other. Like, did he say the queen's dead? She's dead. What does he mean dead? Like dead? Or like unconscious dead?
Everything is safe now. You may all return to your homes. And he's gonna add, I will always protect the people of MistHaven. You have my word of that.
And there's a few cheers that go off amongst the crowd.
And I hope that you support me as your new king.
Yeah, Rafal's always been there, and he stood up for us, he did. You know, he saved my dear Alice from a monster that was emerging from that ship when it crashed into our docks. And you just start to hear all these people just sort of cheering and sort of offering their own voices of support for Rafal as this stirring begins to just grow in volume, as it seems you're starting to lose their attention as they're just talking and stirring and rumoring amongst themselves. And you see a few of them start to scatter their way back towards their homes. Rafal, go ahead and roll me a perception check, please.
Sure. Oh god, so much going on. Okay, D&D Beyond needs to reload. 1 sec. There it goes. All right. Perception. Natural 20.
Natural 20.
27.
Nice.
You spy from this vantage point the moment that sort of makeshift carrier is brought on board of the galleon ship with Commander Endrin carried up onto the deck of this ship. As you see him, as your gaze is towards the horizon, towards that dockyard, just across the way, about on the opposite side of the shoreline, you make out this purple flash of armor just floating above that northern bridge of the city. Just a lone figure, as to his left, to his right, and just underneath him, you make out 3 other figures flapping these sort of feathered wings. Each of them garbed, 2 of them garbed in purplish plate armor. The 4th figure seems to be almost bluish hue.
Fuck. How far away is that from me?
Like are you on the city map right now?
Yeah, we're on the city map right now.
Like they're hanging out on the
geez.
city side of the North Bridge.
Oh.
Zara's still got her wings. She could fly after them if you want.
Yeah.
Just call her back.
They don't appear to be exiting the city. They appear to be hovering there, waiting.
Are you describing Requisitors?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I mean, Rafal's going to instantly call back down into the Arboretum for everyone to mobilize. Do I have a backup weapon?
You're using Crown Fall to contain the fucking
There is
crown.
a silver greatsword beside where Sabrina Marin fell.
Rafal's going to pick up Sabrina's greatsword, or he's going to yell somebody to bring that greatsword to him, and he's going to call for... Oh, can he call Achilles to just grab that thing and fly over to him?
Sure thing.
He's going to call his Pegasus, he's going to grab that greatsword, and he's going to call for Zara and anyone else that can fly, and Rafal is going to haul ass to the North Bridge.
All right.
I have a feeling that Ryan's about to say, and we're going to pick up there next time.
We can go a little long.
Zara will activate her wings and follow Rafal.
All right. So Rafal and Zara are flying towards the North Bridge. What's everyone else doing?
Callum's looking for a good place to lay down and take a nap. But I guess short of that, well, he's been busy, so I can't even say he's taking a short rest, could I?
I'm all right with a short rest. For those who need it, feel free to take the equivalent of a short rest, regaining whatever abilities that would entail, and as many hit points as you need to roll. Hit dice you need to roll, rather.
I forget, how long does it take to attune to an item?
A short rest,
Or
effectively.
to unattune and then attune?
I don't know how long to unattune, but I assume instant if you choose, maybe an hour. It's the same time that it would take you to change your attunement to a different weapon.
Okay, because I would really like these boots.
Also, I think I forgot to make the item for it, but one of the items on Vavanashante was a shielding dagger. Effectively, it's a dagger with 3 charges that you can cast shield from.
Do we have to attune to it?
No. So the turtle mask casts shield, right? And that doesn't require attunement.
Correct.
No, it does not. Ooh.
So I'm going to say no on this one.
Sorry, I was talking to Kelsey. What's going on?
We're figuring
Magic
out
items.
weapons.
Short rests and attuning to things.
Oh, we got a short rest during that time?
Yes.
All right, what is my HP at? I'm at
Ooh,
118.
get my bardic inspiration back.
We're all assuming you spent the short rest with the greatsword.
I
Anyone
mean,
care if I take the shielding dagger?
Nope.
I mean, I don't necessarily want to unattune from Crownfall.
Just spending the short rest with it, you know, you're aware of its properties, I think.
Got you.
To effectively
Okay.
Identify it.
Do I need to be attuned to it to get the +2?
Yes.
Fuck.
So these boots allow you to fly for up to 4 hours. Would anybody be interested in that, or are you fine if Tulu takes that?
You could take them.
Because it only equals up to your movement speed, so you don't get like a separate fly speed.
Oh. And you have to attune to that, right?
Yep.
So I'm dropping my attunement on the Staff of Fate because I still haven't used it.
What does the Staff of Fate do?
It allows me to. It grants a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with it. I can use a charge to use a D4 and then add that D4 to somebody's ability check, attack roll, damage roll, or saving throw it makes before the start of my next turn.
It's like a D4 inspiration die.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna say Rafal's not gonna, because Rafal wouldn't know that he needs this sword right away, so he wouldn't have attuned to it.
Sure.
But he'll use it.
It's still a silver sword.
Do you want my mace?
I just need something to swing at Requisitors.
I also have a two-handed great warhammer.
Rachel, I apologize. I kept all the information for the rapier on the GM notes, not the player
Oh,
notes.
thank you. You just handed me a blank one, and I'm like, oh, this is
now
a cool
I understand
sword with
why
a cool
you were like,
name.
oh, well, yeah, this looks cool.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't being sarcastic. I literally just saw it. I was like, oh,
that's my bad.
That's cool. Can you
does
send
stuff.
it? Do I have to attune to it?
I think so.
Ah, that's unfair.
But it does
Well,
extra damage to humans.
You know, actually, I will I will unattune to something.
Because it also gives you an extra attack with it.
It does. I will unattune to the amulet of proof against detection because I kind of don't need that anymore. People know that I'm alive. Whoops.
Oh, geez, I don't have a lot in me to fight Requisitors
now. The Ring of Winter.
I do.
And yet you went
does
after
the same, preventing scry on you.
Every single time. Yes, every time I will go after them. If it means saving Endrin, yeah, I'm gonna go after him.
I mean, maybe we just have to talk. Maybe it's just a little talk.
Doubt it.
Maybe they just won't invite us to something. Maybe they're friendly.
Maybe.
Yeah. They just wanted to invite us for tea.
I mean, I don't think we've ever met any friendly devils.
Mm-hmm.
Well, tonight's the night, right?
Agrimar's not joining the fight.
Julie is not either.
Zara is. She's choosing violence today.
I can't leave the queen or the crown out of my sight.
Where Zara goes, Callum goes.
Aww.
It's okay.
Delamar
Delamar can keep you guys company. Oh, well, he could shapeshift, actually. He might be able to fly after us.
If it requires flying, then Callum's going to be like, guys?
Zara picks you up, starts flying across.
He could.
Eagle.
At that
I guess
level,
technically
You just need to be level 8, and then you can do it.
I could polymorph myself
all
into
your
a flying
wild shapes
creature.
already.
No, I just used one to reappear the monkey after he got
He
feared.
gets him back at a short rest anyway.
Monkey.
That's true.
Right. Thank you.
So you should be all full up.
Yeah, I could just turn into a giant eagle.
Or if you don't want to take a short rest, I could just cast catnap on you, and then you wouldn't have to take the whole hour, correct?
We all took an hour anyway. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took me an hour to prep for casting Legend Lore.
Manage inventory equipment.
So who can't fly? Because I think I can carry Callum.
Would you like to try and carry Callum? You see, as Rafal conjures up. Oh, do I have it on this right layer?
Achilles?
He conjures up Achilles the Pegasus in front of him, leaps onto the Pegasus's back, and takes to the sky as Zara's cloak unfolds behind her, flaps her up into the air, and the two of them take off. And you see Callum's just start sprinting in their wake. As Delamar, if he'd like to, can turn into a giant eagle, scoop up Callum, and trail after Zara and Rafal towards the northern bridge of the city.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try to land in front of him though, and motion for him to get on, so he's actually riding me, not in my talons.
All right.
And then the monkey's on the eagle head.
Like you do. So you're eagling for one wild shape and then monkeying for your second wild shape?
Well, the monkey's been up since the second time I formed him before the short rest.
All right. So you're going to have to keep track of how long it's active then.
Okay.
But as you guys approach the northern bridge, Rafal sees the figures that he's been focusing on, Dazan, floating above the northern checkpoint of the bridge. To his left and to his right look to be a pair of armored... Where did I put my stuff? Look to be a pair of almost black feathered knights. These Valkyries on his left and on his right with these hellfire javelins in their arms, decked out in these purple skulls from head to toe in their armor. And underneath them, at the gate to the city, this large figure looms in front of the city portcullis. He wields this colossal-sized glaive in one arm. On his opposite arm, he holds this, what's got to be a giant's maul in one arm. In the third arm, he wields this 10-foot-long katana with his third and fourth arms as he lifts
the fuck?
Scorpion-like tail over his head as this fourth demon underneath Zan holds his position at the tower.
That looks like some RP
What
level
kind
shit.
of Digimon bullshit is he?
What kind of just fought and haven't had a long rest bullshit is this?
As
Maybe they
Dazan
really
smiles
talk to us.
down on Rafal and he says, "Oh, joy. Look what the cat dragged in. Precisely who we've been looking for. It seems that as of our contract, we are going to be taking issue with your goings on here and your, well, if rumor is to be believed, the goings on with the city's queen. Now, you wouldn't happen to know where our dearly beloved lady would be at this moment, would you? Be a shame for all of you to suffer for any sort of harm that befell her.
Oh my god. The contract doesn't break just because she dies.
We are here to offer our services whenever the queen or such monarch's life is threatened. We are here to step in to save the city.
I mean, technically, it's not her life isn't threatened anymore. This is just me
Is
talking.
that so?
No, this is just me talking. No, this is just me talking.
He lifts up one palm as he looks to the figures on his left and to his right. He says, Fury, swiftness, do a bit for me. It's ever so difficult to see with this low light. Illuminate some flame upon the situation, if you will, as the two of them rear back and launch their javelins up into the sky as they soar forward about 150 feet, an arc landing up into the rain gutters of some of the loose kind of shantytown buildings that have been erected across this northern bridge since the people have fled the northern overgrown district. And as these flames begin to lick and spill into the rain gutters, they continue to flow across the rooftops. And as these flames begin to dance, this light illuminates almost the full length of this bridge before you guys. And if I did this right, this will be cool.
Oh,
That's a word.
that is pretty cool.
I'm so angry at you. So is Sammy.
Get him, Sammy.
Yeah. Thule Agramar, can you get over here?
As you guys begin your approach of the northern gate of the city, I think that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
No!
Well, fuck. I knew this was going to be a problem. I didn't think it was going to be a problem right away.
Hey, they're here to help defend the queen. These honorable guys.
Are a little late.
I do have a question about the Inquisitor's contract, though, Ryan.
What's up?
So if you scroll all the way down to, I don't know the terms, but 10 damages and liquidated damages, she's dead. Or is she's the employee, correct? The queen?
Yes.
So it says, whereupon, under the condition that employees fail to complete their job assignment as described within a reasonable time limit or violate any other terms of this contract, the signing party to this contract will forfeit to the followers of the fallen their entire... Their entire and complete mortal soul and the souls of all whom the employee holds power over. Never mind.
So I really hope Thule brings this up next time.
The signing employee will be free to continue their life until they die naturally or are killed in adventuring.
It was a hell of a show.
Yeah, unfortunately, because the queen is dead, our lives are forfeit to them.
What if we never swore?
Because she technically held power over us.
All right. Come and take them. I don't know.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah, like, what are we supposed to do? We can't fix it.
I mean, I think your grandma had the right idea. She figured it out.
She's the one that made the contract in the first place. This is her fault.
Yeah, but like, if these dudes showed up and say, sign this contract or fight me, I'd fucking sign the contract if I was your grandma too.
Yeah.
It was like a mortal woman.
Rafal is more of the fight me type.
She's just telling you, oh, my grandson kicks your ass.
That's on my hit list, so lucky me. I have one 4th level spell slot left. That's it.
That
is
it?
all I have, is 1 4th level spell slot.
Man, it's like these guys knew if there was some sort of trouble, you guys would be weaker.
I hate you.
Those son of a bitches.
You
They
could
know
have
our
teleported
weakness.
back in. You chose the noble thing and drew attention. Like some sort of fucking hero.
Yep. And then, like, he threatens a Medrin, and I'm like, oh, I gotta save him.
Endrin?
Endrin. I keep calling him a Medrin. This is your fault.
It's my fault.
Because that's your character's name. It's your fault. Oh my gosh. That was a cool session. I actually had a lot of fun doing that session.
Really
and
cool.
like telling Jeremy the whole story, and then God, that crown is scary, and oh god. I hate being this paranoid. It's annoying.
I mean, hey, at least Dazan came to us and we didn't have to go to him.
That's true. I did not want to go back inside that Requisitor's fort.
Oh. There's imps galore in that fort.
Yep, the problem is you and Agrimar aren't here. That is a problem.
Oh, I was going to say you're a paladin, but you only have 1 spell slot.
1. Yeah, if I was at full health or full spell slots, this would be a great fight.
I really wish you would have taken my mace.
Really wish I would have attuned to that greatsword now.
At least it's a silver weapon.
That's true. I still have a +10 to hit.
God damn, you don't need that +2.
But I need it on the damage. This was fun. This was fun.
Very fun, yeah.
This was a lot of fun.
You guys will be happy to know Callum has like 6 first and second level spells. He's ready.
Let's go. You have a Staff of the Magi. You're gonna be fine.
I used that a fair bit during the other fight too.
Just break it. Just
down
take
several
charges.
charges.
Just snap it over your knee and take care of the situation.
I have a 7th level spell slot. And
well, that's a lot. It's
2,
tsunami
5.
time, baby.
I've got that ring.
I have 11 spell slots. Most of them are 1st and 2nd level. I have 2 5th level. That's my highest.
Hell yeah, dude. We are so ready for this.
The problem is you're not here, too.
I'm not there. I could get there, but
I'm not
Tully's
built
out
for
of
fighting
range
flying creatures.
of the earrings.
Yeah, but
I'm
you can
pretty
support
sure.
the rest of us.
Yeah, that doesn't work well for Egmer.
Yes, it does. It's literally your job these days, is supporting the rest of us.
Yeah.
Not just clerical work.
Not just clerical work. Sorry, that was fun. And
Are we
Real
playing
shit?
this next Sunday?
Nah, it'll be Pirates next Sunday.
Roots, Raja.
What dramatic things will happen next week?
Man, this is gonna